Might be the prior one.
Okay.
Suppose that. Okay.
10. Yes.
Yeah.
Put that cord in. So that pull that cord underneath there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Power cord here. Plug this in. Plug that into that. And see that power cord right there? See that power cord up there underneath there? Yeah.
I'm so wired. Stop eating.
Salad for today's lunch. I'm gonna have lunch.
No, no, I don't want it.
Okay. Last time you said you want.
I don't, because you gave it to you, but no, we don't want to, we don't really do that. No, thank you.
Mr. Oldham, don't take it the wrong way, but I locked up the previous civil defense attorney who was in court this morning.
Hey, I won't take it. That's fine, Judge.
He was pro se.
Hey, I could use the break. I wouldn't mind it if you did it to me. Do what you gotta do. Sorry, Judge, I'm just getting set up here, so.
Oh, take your time. I got to get organized too.
Okay, thanks. How long is he going away for?
He and I will chat next week.
Gotcha.
You good? Excellent. We're working on the order.
No problem.
Hey, plug this in, Frankie. Plug that, just plug that into that strip. You can put it in, okay.
That's it. I did.
You did?
No.
Look.
Yeah, that's it here.
Such a worthless.
Did we get a new Zoom link?
Huh?
Did you get a?
Yeah, I did. I'm gonna send it to you. Yeah, I will. It's on one of the, once you did that notice reset. So,
Mr. Hadari, are you ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor, I need to just hop on Zoom.
Okay.
Actually, can someone leave him?
Just,
you still need that, man?
no, thank you.
Okay, you got it. You good?
I'm ready when you are.
Great. Mr. Oldham, are you ready or are you still plugging in?
I'll be, if he, I think he's got to present some stuff, so I'll be good. Judge.
Okay, you're good to get going?
I'm good to go. Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Hadari, if you would mute, I'll mute you. Don't touch anything. Oop, you did it. That was good. Okay. Who is Hat? There's Hat's iPhone on.
At iPhone.
This is on Zoom. We've got Ms. Lee, we've got Hat's iPhone, and then Mr. Hadari. We don't know who that is?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Maybe just somebody watching the.
Oh, gone now. Okay. As a refresher, writ large, this is 2022 CV361741 concerning work that was done and not done on Mr. Jimenez's home. We have had 2 days of damages hearing because that's where we are now. It's a default judgment and we're working through the scope of damages. On our most recent get together, I thought it was more recent than it was April 15th. Mr. Jimenez was on the phone, on the stand, the whole time we were together. And I have in my notes that we got through redirect. So had you completed your examination of your client or are you putting him back on the stand?
Yes, Your Honor, I was through Mr. Shada.
Okay. And do you have more evidence to present?
The last thing, Your Honor, was the issue of attorney fees.
Okay. Well, let's do that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you share P72, please? And Your Honor, if I may approach, I do have an updated damages itemization.
Okay. Thank you. Is this, so should I just, we need to mute your computer
It is me.
or turn the speaker off. Nope. Let me see if I can look at participants and Mr. Oldham, it's your computer. I'll mute it. There we go. All right, fixed.
Sorry.
You're good? No.
I thought I
We
was.
just need to figure it out. So Mr. Hadari, I had from last time a document that looks similar. It's 7 pages. Should I discard that and go with the 9-page document, or are these different?
You can, Your Honor, and so the last time during the testimony, certain things were revised, such as the fact that Mr. Chavez said that there was a dumpster lien, but he never paid that lien, so that was crossed off.
Okay,
And
so get rid of the 7-pager because that might mislead me.
yes, Your Honor.
Gone, and keep the 9-pager. All right. So you want to talk about attorney's fees. You've got an exhibit up that's not in evidence yet, but it's on the screen. Tell me what you want to do.
And if Your Honor, if I can just stand in my place and reflect and state that these are the reasonable attorney fees that were incurred as of the date of this invoice. And since that time, there has been an additional, presumably a 3rd day of hearings today, but not including today. And I did reflect this on this new itemization damage sheet, but it's not on this invoice for the 2 extra days and additional preparation of 11.5 hours. But if we scroll down to the 2nd page, we will see that we have spent, I'm sorry, the 3rd page, a total of 86 hours on this matter, 86.1.
And the 86.1 hours you're saying does not reflect our days of hearings, or it doesn't reflect today? What is that?
It does not
include?
reflect, so the last time I prepared this and submitted this was on February 8th, which was the day before our first hearing.
Okay,
And so it does not reflect the additional 11.5 hours that we have, or that I put into the case since that time. And it does not reflect whatever is going to happen today.
all right.
And 11.5 would be an additional $6,900, which was not included there. And it also does not include the, and let me just clarify, the $2,100 times 3 that the expert has had to come in for 3 specific days for this trial.
So that's not attorney's fees. That may be some fee you want to talk about. and
That would be an
how you
expense of litigation.
come up. So it's a litigation expense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And I don't remember your expert being here 3 different times.
Well, he came here the first day he testified,
Sure, certainly there's that day.
and then we concluded him on the first day, and we presumed that he was going to be cross-examined on the second day. And so he came into court the second day. And Mr. Oldham at that point in time stated that he did not want to cross-examine him at that time, and he was going to call him later. They didn't clarify when, but presumably during Mr. Ghouchani's case in chief. And we instructed him to come back, and then he did in fact come back in the afternoon. And again, another wasted half day for the expert. And then Mr. Sayani is here again today for this 3rd day, presumably for Mr. Oldham's cross-examination or case in chief.
I'm confused because our second day, which was April 15th, I believe consisted entirely of your client on the stand. So when would the case have pivoted to Mr. Oldham presenting his case?
Well,
In other words, I'm not understanding why you brought, I'm trying to get his name from my notes here.
Sayani,
Yes. So he was clearly here on February 12th because he testified after Mr. Vega and was on the stand for the rest of that long session. You brought him back on the 15th because you thought that was when Mr. Oldham was going to start his case?
Well, no, because he had the right to cross-examine him.
Right.
And
And so you thought we would start with the cross-exam because we ended, it just took long enough that when the expert was done testifying on February 12th, that was only his direct exam.
Correct.
Not his cross. And so you thought, all right, now what would be up next would be his cross. So he shows up at the start of our April 15th session. Mr. Oldham says, I'm going to save cross for when I present my case.
Yes, Your Honor.
So why didn't you then just excuse the expert so that he was here for 5 minutes?
We did, and we told him to come back, and then he did come back, and he waited for another hour or so after.
Or waited because your client was still on the stand?
We told him, yes, Your Honor. But
Okay.
we told him to come back in the afternoon, and he came back in the afternoon, and he waited.
Okay. And he's back now to round out his testimony so that we don't just get direct exam.
Yes, Your Honor, and technically, from my position, we've called him. Mr. Oldham had a chance to cross-examine him and chose not to. And now when we go into his case in chief, he's going to want to cross-examine him, but he's here for that as well.
Okay. And you're saying that that's $2,100 regardless of how long he's here?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's the arrangement you made with, is there evidence? I mean, now you're saying this is different from your attorney's fees. What's the evidence that the agreement is $2,100 per full day, half day? It doesn't matter how long he testifies. He didn't testify at all in April. He was here, and clearly that's time away from his job. I'm getting that, but what's the nature of the arrangement?
It was supposed to be a flat fee for 1 day of testimony, which was what we discussed and what we envisioned. What we envisioned, and he's come back multiple times, and that's my assumption as well. I haven't gotten an invoice from him, but assuming he sends one, then it will be paid.
Okay, I don't doubt that. All right, so 86.1 hours, 11.5 additional, not including today, and then $2,100 a day of litigation expenses in the form of having your expert available.
Yes, Your Honor, and I will state that my fees are reasonable and customary for how long I've been practicing law, the type of case that this is, and the typical rate that is charged in our geographic region for litigation cases of this nature.
Help me build a record for that. How long have you practiced?
Thank you, Your Honor. I've been practicing since 2007. And I've primarily focused on business cases and have a very strong appellate record as well. I'd have to go back and check my appellate record, but it's something along the lines of 20 appeals and success on 17 of them.
Okay, and your rate is $600 an hour?
It's currently $650 an hour, but at the time I prepared this, it was $600 an hour. And for dependency of this litigation, it was at $600 an hour.
Okay. All right, Mr. Oldham, do you have any questions you want to ask Mr. Haidari, or any concerns about what, do you want to tender this, or what do you want to do with?
Yes, Your Honor, and the one more thing I'd add is that the expenses have actually been incurred and paid. Mr. Chada, the plaintiff, testified that he actually paid directly the process server and the transcript fee. The other two fees were paid by my firm. And so I think that rounds out the testimony, and this is a true and accurate copy of the timekeeping in this case. I have personal knowledge of it, and it's also a business record because these entries are typically entered into contemporaneously or shortly after the time I spend on the matter. And so I would ask to tender this as, I forget what exhibit this is, P72.
All right, let me see if I can dig that up. What I've got, your folders are all named like Sprinter Garage, remediation,
This is
Potter Potty, not paid for a year. Litigation costs?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, P72, there it is. Okay. All right. Mr. Oldham, any objection to the admission of P72?
No objection to the admission of that. I'll ask him questions about it, Judge.
Okay,
But sure.
all right, so P72, legal bill. All right, anything else, Mr. Haidari?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Oldham, do you want Mr. Haidari to take the stand and be sworn in, or we can work this however you want?
I'm fine with whatever makes most sense for the court. I mean, it may be easier just have him on the stand.
Sure,
Because
why don't you come on up, we'll have you get sworn in.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give is true and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, state, spell your name for me.
Joshua Bly, A-S-H-A, H-E-I, D as in David, A-R-I.
Before we go further, do you need the exhibit on the screen, or can we take that down?
I'll just pull it up on my.
You got it?
Yes,
All
sir.
right, you can stop
Just
the
need to pull it
share,
up.
thank
Yeah,
you.
Okay, thanks. Hey, have I been getting your name wrong? How do you pronounce it? No, I know Joshua. That's easy enough. Hidari, I call it Hidari, or how do you?
I have heard all of those throughout my life, so I'm good with it.
Okay,
But why don't you tell us how you?
Hey dear.
Hidari, okay,
All
Hidari,
right.
sorry, I've been getting that wrong, I think.
It's okay. It's understandable.
Hey, look, I get a lot of Oldham and whatever on mine, so I get it, know how it works, man. All right, so let me just pull up your attorney's fees. Okay, so P72 that is in evidence now, those are your attorney's fees, just didn't include the time that we've spent in the case and whatever prep that you just presented to the court, correct?
Correct. It also didn't include any of my associate's time, which I haven't voted on this one.
Okay, so you have an associate. How much time has your associate spent working on the matter?
I haven't been tracking it, and I think this is just a learning experience, so I'm not sure.
When you're in a situation where you've got a default judgment, why wouldn't you charge for your associate's time?
I think that in terms of reasonable attorney fees, I wanted to make sure we see reasonable.
So you think it would be unreasonable if you've had an associate working on the case? You think it would be unreasonable to charge for that associate's time?
Not necessarily, but there's never a problem with underbilling rather than overbilling, so.
What are you talking? What do you mean by overbilling?
I mean, if I don't charge for a phone call, that's never a problem.
Okay, well, so Mr. Shada, is he a friend of yours?
I consider it a friend.
Okay, how long have y'all been friends?
I've known him since I passed the bar, and that was, that's 15 years ago. Maybe before he even passed the bar.
And didn't I know Mr. Shada appeared to be surprised that your sister, this Hidari that had worked for him was actually your sister, or they had worked with, but you do have a sister that's a lawyer, correct?
That's correct.
And what is the relationship between your sister and your client, as far as you know? You're unaware of it? Did you know they worked together on cases? Okay, did you never pulled any records to actually know that? I did that, actually. You know how you can pull the Lexus file and serve records. So they worked on some cases together, but you didn't have any awareness of that?
Correct. She does criminal law. They did criminal law.
Okay, so how did you, so this rate that you arrived at, is this actually the rate that you're charging Mr. Chata Jimenez for this case?
Yes. Well, that's my higher rate.
Okay, but so he didn't get a friends and family discount or anything like that? I mean, he's paying full vote?
I don't know if I'm gonna write anything off. If he says, no, what, put me a deal, I'm sure I put him a deal because I like him, but this is my reasonable hourly rate based on the time I've spent.
Okay, but how much has he actually paid you of your reasonable hourly rate as of today's date?
He paid me an initial retainer, and I think that amount was either 10 or 15,000, and I have not sought collections on anything else since that time.
Okay, well, are you expecting to get paid by Ghouchani and Mr. Ghouchani and Ghouchani Homes, or are you expecting to get paid by your client?
I'm expecting to get paid by someone, but I expect that ultimately it's gonna be Ghouchani who's responsible for this because he's leveraging this mess.
Okay, so what is your arrangement with Mr. Jimenez if you're not able to actually recover your attorney's fees from Mr. Ghouchani or Ghouchani Homes? Does he owe you $50,000-$60,000?
He does, and we did have a signed engagement at an hourly basis at that rate, so he's contractually obligated.
Okay, well, no, I mean, you do actually have a very impressive appellate record. I'll say that, 17 out of 20. I mean, I've done a number of appellate cases too, and I'm not nearly that good. So that's something to be proud of. So what types of cases were those?
I only do what I consider business litigation, and sometimes those include things like contractor disputes, but it could also include contractual disputes, things of that nature.
Let me ask you this with respect to, this kind of came up during your client's examination, but with respect to some of the exhibits and some of the metadata and whatnot that were on those exhibits, how much involvement did you have in the preparation of the exhibits and the that were presented, that you guys have presented in this case?
I transferred them to the court, and I can't recall if I compiled them or if my associate compiled them, but we just organized them as you saw in those orders.
All right, well, when you were deciding how to present this case, you had your expert witness on the stand and you put up a bunch of flood videos and whatnot, right? And you've been talking about flooding, as you said, it's been a part of this case the whole time. Did you feel any obligation as an officer of the court to notify the court that flooding that you presented to the court had occurred 2 years after Ghouchani was gone from this property?
All of these issues have happened as a result of Mr. Ghouchani's failure to do what he was supposed to do. Had he done it, we wouldn't be in a situation now that increased.
Okay, well, now you've got, obviously you're well credentialed, you've got some expertise. Are you telling the court that Ghouchani Homes is responsible, for example, for a driveway that was improperly installed when Ghouchani Homes was gone and caused water to run into this home? Is that what you're telling the court?
He is the one who designed it. There's two components here. Number one, there was flooding that's happened throughout this process. This videos happened after Ghouchani was out, but this is all a result of his failure to actually hire licensed people who knew what they were doing. The architect that he hired, not licensed. A number of the subcontractors he hired, not licensed. We heard from our expert that water management is integral in any sort of design and building of a residential house, any additions. None of that was included. And just like the sprinkler ban or the fact that the garage can't go up because now there's a utility closet, this is a gaping hole that was supposed to be remedied and considered by someone who would have been a licensed contractor, who represented himself as a licensed contractor, but who was not, because he lacked the expertise and lacked the very basic knowledge of what should have been done.
So we're getting a little far afield from, is $600 an hour reasonable, 86.1 hours reasonable?
No, I agree.
You'll arc back there, please.
I agree, Judge, we will. All right, so let's talk about the time that you spent on the case. When did you get a default judgment in the case? You recall?
I would say it was after maybe the third discovery order, something along that.
Okay, so the third discovery order, and so that was around, you were drafting motions for contempt in 2023 and whatnot. How much of your time did you spend after you sort of had this matter in default?
I don't have my.
In the case. Okay, you want me to share it for you?
Yes.
Okay. You're right. I think so there was the court can just look at that. I mean, there was time that you spent before there was in this default situation. Now, from the very beginning, this was sort of, you had created this default situation, right? You recall all of that from when Ghouchani first filed an answer, you were heading for a default that entire time, right?
I certainly didn't create any default situation.
No, I agree you didn't create the default. You just were taking advantage of it, correct? So.
I don't think he means that in a negative sense. It presents you with an opportunity if someone's in default and you pursued that opportunity. That's how I'm understanding the question.
That's correct. That's it, Judge.
Sure, Your Honor.
Yes.
I mean, you ought to. I mean, that's my view of it is if someone's in default.
You got to do what you got to do. I agree. I agree completely. Let's talk about the deposition. Remember when you took Mr. Ghouchani's deposition? And the questions that you asked at that deposition, you got a charge in here for 5 hours of time for that deposition?
Yes.
Is that the time we actually spent? Was that prep time, meeting with the client, take his deposition, right?
Could you, pull up the invoice from you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Judge, I think I don't have a whole lot more. I just wanted to.
March 16th.
Yeah, I know when it is. I'm just got to share the screen. All right, here, this is this should be shared at this point. Okay, so this was your prep for the deposition. Draft revised questions for Ghouchani's deposition, for example, 7 hours you spent doing that, right?
Yes.
You spent another 5.5 hours doing the, so you spent 12 hours total to prep for that deposition, right?
Right.
Then another 5, so 17 hours for Ghouchani's deposition, right?
Yes.
And so that was really the key to your case, I presume, right? At that point.
Keep my case with the court business.
Is it typical of you to spend this much time with preparing for a deposition? And taking it, when we were at that deposition, why didn't you take the deposition?
I did take the deposition.
But you stopped the deposition. It was a fact-finding mission and you chose not to pursue the deposition, right? At the time we were there.
A lot of what you saw in terms of me gathering exhibits, preparing, and everything else was based on the assumption that your client did what he was supposed to do, just turn over all documents, all the text messages, all the emails. We get in there and we find out there's a whole bunch of other stuff that's not there, and it thwarts the entire purpose of that preparation. It also violates that very explicit order your client was under.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for him, Judge.
All right. Mr. Hidari, anything else on behalf of plaintiff?
No, Your Honor, plaintiff rests, Your Honor.
All right. Then we turn to you, Mr. Oldham. You ready for your first witness?
Yes, Judge.
Great.
We'll finally get Mr. Solari on the stand.
All right, let's get him on up here.
All right.
Round 2.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give is true, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead, Steve, explain it.
Salar, Sayari, S-A-L-A-R, last name S-A-Y-A-R-I.
And I think I said Solari, it's Sayari, right? Okay, sorry. Okay, Mr. Sayari, so you remember being here before and testifying as an expert, right?
Yes,
All right, listen, and I asked you a few questions at that time just to sort of determine the extent of your expertise or whether you should be qualified as expert witness. Can you tell us a little bit more about your background?
Sure. We started personally or about our business?
No, well, what I'm interested in is, I think you said you started this business in 2007. I believe you said that you were a project manager, but don't actually you're not a construction guy yourself, correct? What were you doing before you went to, you started in this business?
I worked in retail.
All right,
Before 2007?
Yes, sir.
Retail, clothing.
Okay, clothing retail. How long did you do clothing and retail?
Gosh. And then out of high school, all the way to, I graduated 2005. And
Okay.
then 2007, and then after we used to build homes back in 2007. Unfortunately, during the housing crisis, 4 of them went bankrupt, and then I had to shift back to retail again, and then started aggressively interior home renovation back in 2000. 2015.
Okay, who was the we that used to build homes?
My father and our partner, Andy.
Okay, so your father, is he a builder?
He has built homes, but not in a professional, like, he's from Iran, obviously, so, but with his partner who's licensed, they used to build homes together.
Okay, his partner is the licensed builder in your group, because I remember when you were testifying before, you're not licensed yourself, correct? But you have a company that's licensed, and then this gentleman that's your dad's partner, he's like the qualifying agent for that company, okay? And the extent of your knowledge about construction has come from managing, I think you testified about 40 to 60 projects a year since 2007.
That's
Right.
correct.
Okay, so that'd be roughly 1,000 projects?
It's hard to say, but since 2010, if I have to add it, probably around that number.
Okay, so let me ask you this, when you went to, you provided the court with some quotes.
Sure.
Or your attorney did. I mean, you provided your client with some quotes about what it would cost to repair the damage that you saw. What did you actually, so you visited the property. I think you visited the property just shortly before our February hearing date, right?
That is correct.
That's-
It was during that week.
First time you'd been on the property?
Yes, sir.
And how did you come to talk to Mr. Shada Jimenez about helping him out with a quote or being an expert witness in this case?
Mr. Hidari had reached out to me to go and visit the property.
Okay, and so Mr. Hidari is the one that contacted you about, and what was the discussion that you had with Mr. Hidari?
I had known Mr. Hidari from another lawsuit from back in 2019, pre-COVID.
Right.
So we had a relationship through that, and through just conversations, he had reached out and said, way before the February time, he had reached out, he was like, I may have a case that I may need you as an expert witness, would you be interested? At the time, I said, yes, of course. And then fast forward to February, he had reached out, he was like, we're about to go to court, can you stop by and look at the project? So that way we can talk about it. Talk as an expert witness when we go to court.
When you say that you two were connected to prior litigation, were you someone who was a litigant or were you an expert in that other case?
I was not an expert. It was a project that we had renovated a nail salon, and they decided not to pay us about $8,000.
Got it. So you sued and he was your lawyer.
Yes.
And
Was there an appeal?
Hey, they won it.
Yeah.
We know that.
Well, I was gonna find out because if he said, yeah, and we lost, like,
Right. So, so have you ever testified as an expert witness before? And what particular, I know I didn't object to you as an expert, but what do you feel like your particular expertise is with respect, because I know you've testified about moving HVAC units, about, having to tear down this entire house to redo it because it was so bad, those kind of things. So what do you base those opinions on? What sort of experience do you have on which you base those opinions?
On-site job management experience, I wouldn't consider myself as an expert in any specific field, but having worked through the construction field for the past 10, 12 years, I've gained some knowledge, I do believe, throughout these years, and having been able to provide good quality product for our clients and having a good reputation, which I can take pride in, allows me to kind of judge if I look at a job site based on the things that I think should be done or is the right way of doing it. So I hope that's the answer to your question.
No, that's
nothing specifically would make me, I would think I'm an expert in this specific field or this specific thing.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. So you've actually visited the property. Now, what was the state that the property was in at the time that you visited it? Was it full of mold?
No, I didn't see any mold. As I walked into the house, the front of the house from the main entrance seemed to be under construction to me. And then we moved to further back, which was the addition build. We went through the addition, we looked at the various things that you have brought up throughout this.
Okay, but so the addition, was it being lived in at the time that you went to visit?
Yes, it seemed to me that they were living there.
Did it appear to be an acceptable living quarters at that point in time?
When we were doing the walkthrough, it seemed like a livable space. I did it, yes.
All right, now you provided a quote of $77,000 for mold remediation.
Can you
Right.
move the microphone?
I don't believe that proposal is for mold remediation because that's one thing I usually don't involve myself because I cannot assess that there's specific companies that handle mold remediation and they come up with an assessment of the extent of mold and everything. So if I presented that to be a mold remediation, that is incorrect because.
Okay, so you don't know whether there's mold or not.
I do not.
You presume that there is. I know you testified a bunch about mold when you were on the stand before.
I don't believe, I may have misspoken, but I probably what I recall of saying is if there's a water leak and it's left untreated, it usually results to being mold. And having seen those pictures and everything, I can only assume there could be mold behind those walls since none of the drywall or anything based on the information that I was given was not removed. So it's automatically over these years to assume that there is mold if water goes untreated in a closed space when it cannot breathe.
Okay, so you didn't observe any mold, you didn't test for any mold.
I did not, no.
Okay, you didn't observe any flooding, actually while you were there, right? What was the flooding that you did observe?
Through the same videos that was shared with me that we were looking at, I think on the February 12th.
Okay, did you get a chance to, based on your observations out at the site, were you able to form an opinion as to what might have caused the water flooding into the basement?
No, it's hard to do that. When I went there, it was dry. I didn't see any water tracks or how the water went into the basement. One of the videos that I was shown, the water was coming through the ceiling, and my understanding was, from what I was told, is the addition was not attached properly to the existing structure and between the connection of the roof lines, and that's where the water was coming through the roof.
Oh, well, so are you talking about the video where you saw the tarp and where Mr. Jimenez and/or his wife were talking about flooding or water that was coming into their house? Is that what you're talking about?
The video that, I think the one video that I saw, water was coming through the roof, and there was some commentary on the video that there's water coming from the roof. And my understanding was that the newly built roof was not attached properly to the existing structure or existing roof.
Okay, well, did you actually look at the video? You saw that it was just, that was where, I mean, let me ask you this. When you make a connection, you do a lot of remodeling work, correct? Do you ever have an occasion to connect one part of a home to an existing part of a home? And what do you end up doing in that respect? For example, if you've got to tie the roof lines together.
Like,
do you
usually what we do?
Actually, what you do, are there times when you're making the connection and before you can put on the roofing material and whatnot, are there times where there's possibly some water that's going to get into the home?
Of course, we're working with weather conditions depending on when that happens. We do our best to make sure it's dry days and things like that. But yes, there has been occasions that we had, unfortunately, things went south and we had water coming into the house.
Right, so it's not unusual at all for when you're, I mean, look, roofing to me is one of the toughest things to do, right? You see these guys come up, they try to get it done in a day, whatnot. But it's not unusual at all when you're doing an addition to a home to have a scenario where you might have some water come into the home based on the penetration that you're having to make, correct?
It happens.
Right. And you get that corrected as quickly as you can. All right, so did you have the occasion to actually assess, you saw the videos, I think that there was a rain event, I believe in December, where the water was dripping through and coming into the roof, or through the roof, into the kitchen, into the bathroom. You recall those videos?
Yes.
That we went through? And so did you have an occasion to assess the amount of damage that was caused by that particular, well, back up just one second. Would you actually consider that flooding?
With
your expertise, would you consider the sort of water that we saw coming into the kitchen, would that be something you would consider as flooding?
I think I'm not sure how I would have, if it was my first time seeing it, what word I would use to describe that situation. I would say there's water all over the place. So that's how I would describe it, but flooding, there was significant amount of water in the house.
You know, there were some other videos that were flooding. I mean, I think we can all agree that the water, when it was coming through the door and the stuff down in the basement, when there was water 4 or 5 inches deep, that would be a flooding event. Correct. Okay. But the other stuff, would you consider that a normal part of the remodeling process?
I wouldn't say normal, because as a contractor, if I'm someone who's responsible for the project, I want to do everything in my power to avoid any hassle for my clients. So I wouldn't characterize it as normal, but working in the renovation world, things can go sideways. You can put a nail into a pipe that can cause flooding, or any number of things could happen.
Well, maybe you don't consider it normal, but you wouldn't consider it unusual.
Rare. Again, I can only speak for how I handle our business. We try to do our best to avoid unfortunate events such as this. So I want to put it on the unusual side and rare circumstances.
Okay. So how long did you understand that particular, I'll call it water penetration? How long did you understand that particular water penetration had occurred?
Like the duration of this?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, the duration and the period of time over which it happened. I mean, did you understand that to be an ongoing issue?
When I met with them, I knew the issue had been resolved, I believe, from the roof at least. That's, I know the basement is a different story, but from the roof, when I met with them, I think the roof issue had been resolved. I did not ask how long it was leaking before the roof issue was resolved.
I mean, didn't you think you were going to come here and give an opinion as to damage caused by those sorts of events, right? You didn't think it was relevant to ask the question of how long has this been going on?
I did. From when I asked them, that they showed me the video and it was leaking, it said it went untreated for a long time. I didn't ask specifically how long. And usually when I receive that response, I was like, okay, well, in my mind, that's how I assessed it. No, I did not do any mold remediation. Based on that comment, I was like, okay, well, if it's been like this for long periods of time, then drywall must be removed, flooring must be removed. We have to see what's behind it. We can't. So if it was my house, I wouldn't just assume, oh, there is no mold, like, because mold spreads, as you know.
Right.
So even if it was for a day or 2 days, water sitting there was not treated with air or anything else to dry it, then I assumed that, okay, we have to remove the drywall, assess the insulation behind it, repair it, patch it, put it back together, paint it. So that was my assumption.
But isn't it true that mold can't continue to exist unless there's a damp condition?
I would imagine.
Right. So I mean, you gotta have some persistent damp condition in order to have a mold issue anyway, right?
Usually, yes. I'm not an expert on mold, but yes, it grows.
Gotcha. So for example, if one of your kids leaves the stopper on in the sink, for example, in the bathroom, and gets distracted, or maybe even you or your wife or whatever gets distracted and goes away, and that sink overflows and flows onto the floor, is that the sort of event that you'd be concerned about causing mold?
Drywall.
Wait a minute. You can explain your answer. I'm asking a specific question. Is that type of scenario that I just gave you, that hypothetical, but you're an expert, you can answer these things, is that the sort of event that would concern you, that would lead to mold, for example?
I don't know. I can't speak on the growth of mold or how to treat mold. By no means I'm a mold expert, right?
Yes.
So
okay.
My assumption was, with the nature of a drywall is mud. So if you pour water on drywall, it's just going to stay down for a long period of time. You may see it in the ceiling, it starts discoloring, it gets yellow. So you can see there was moisture existed. So if that goes untreated, meaning it's dried properly or removed and replaced, again, I could be wrong, but over these years, I've always removed any wet or damp drywall to avoid the growth of mold and replace it and treat it properly. So, and that's how I assume that's based on my assumption that that's the proposal of repairing the drywall and putting everything back together. again, there may be other ways to treat mold and with the existing drywall, but I'm not sure. Again, that's not to say there are other ways that it could be treated without removing it.
All right, well, let me ask you this, your estimate, I'll pull this up and stick it on the screen for you. There were basically two quotes from you, an estimate at P89 that's already been admitted into evidence. I'm going to share it with you here real quick. Let's see. Where is it? Here, hold on one sec. Okay, P89 this is an estimate that you prepared for Mr. Chada Jimenez. Correct? You recognize this? This estimate has a total, I think at the bottom, this is the one that you came up with to basically reconstruct the entire addition, correct?
Correct. And this is, as I mentioned earlier, I'll let you ask a question.
No. So this is your recommendation, as you testified last time, was that this thing was so bad that you would just tear it down and start over from scratch,
That's
correct?
correct.
Oh, okay, then please explain to the court, because I certainly got that impression.
Because of the couple of other items that were brought up that was significant, the location of the HVAC units in the garage, the height of the garage, and I think the other item that was major was the water, how it was going through the garage through the basement. So based on the conversations we had, addressing those items could become very costly in its own, and then leaving a bad taste in the client's mouth. So I would like, if we were to rebuild it essentially, but that does not mean that those items cannot be addressed separately within themselves. A rebuild is not a must, because all of those items could be fixed somehow within their own, I would imagine.
You could figure out, hey, we could raise the garage roof and move the HVAC, but we don't have to tear everything down. I'm making this up, but there are ways to do the key items without having to tear everything down.
It's possible. I usually want to believe that anything can be done, but do we want to live through the hassle of it, through the pain of it, through the cost of it? So sometimes it may be better to rebuild it, but that's just, and I put this proposal together for if it was to be rebuilt based on the square footage and based on what's charged. Again, this is roughly what it would cost.
All right, well, so let's talk about that. So you said based on the square footage and what's charged, how did you come up with this estimate? Because I noticed you don't have any detail in the estimate, right? So just as a general rule, would you give the court the sorts of categories when you're trying to make a estimate? Because I get you estimate costs all the time, right? What are the kind of general categories that you go through?
So for a project this size, I didn't have a ton of time to put an actual very detailed proposal together. So this.
Okay, just I want to ask you something. You didn't have a ton of time to put a detailed proposal together. When were you contacted about this and testifying as an expert witness?
I don't have the exact date that I was contacted, but I remember I went to the house the same week that I came to the court.
You went to the house the same week that you were contacted about being an expert witness in the case, and you didn't have time to put together a proposal. Did I understand that correctly?
Well, I did put a proposal together, but I usually, especially a project this size, you have to review the plans in detail to really put a thoughtful proposal together. This proposal that I have put together is mainly based on per square feet costs that we think we usually charge, which can range anywhere from $150 to $200 per square feet on average for building an addition for our company.
Okay, now doesn't it, and those additions that we're talking about, those have a certain quality of finish, right? I mean, can you explain to the court the difference between like a builder's grade type finish and I know we had a trim guy in here that was doing $1 million houses and
Sure.
huge doors and whatever. Just explain to the court sort of the difference.
For us, the workmanship is the same because I use the same crews whether we're doing a $15,000 bathroom or a $115,000 bathroom. Same guys handle it. Usually it's in terms of the finishing, the quality of the product that we purchase, whether it's your trim carpentry, tiles, or anything like that. So usually the differentiator between a builder's grade and a high-end project is in the finishing material, not the work that we do. Because, for example, for our company, we use the same guys that handle both projects for us. Okay.
All right, so you know that, do you know that in this particular project, there was an initial quote of $276,000 for a 3,000 square foot addition? Were you? Huh?
Meaning that was what Mr. Ghouchani quoted Mr. Chada.
Yes, that's what he was quoting on the basis of. Why wouldn't you know that?
I never asked who was the original builder or how much they charge. Even if it was another client, I wouldn't ask. But again, it could be because of my lack of expertise as being an expert witness that maybe I should have known that, but I didn't ask that question.
All right, well, you understand that you're here to provide evidence to the court of how much the court should award Mr. Chada Jimenez against Ghouchani Homes and Mr. Ghouchani, right? Because of the mess they made of his addition. You're aware of that?
Correct, I'm aware of that.
Okay, so wouldn't it be relevant to you to try to understand what the actual contract price was and how it was arrived at?
I didn't think of it that way. So
All
I
right,
just
all right.
assumed.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. So you put together a quote of $440,000 to do all this work. So you actually observed, I guess, all the finishes at this point in time. Had the house been painted? The addition been painted? It was being lived in, correct?
Yes, that's right.
So it had been painted, sheetrock was finished, trim was finished, bathrooms were finished, all the tile work was done. Everything that you would need to occupy the addition had been completed, correct?
When I visited. That's
Okay. And so you saw there was a loft, for example, with a staircase up to it. You saw that there were all kinds of other finishes and things that had been done. And so on the basis of what you saw, you were being asked to replace, what would it cost to basically for you to replace this? Correct?
Yes, based on those, I think 3 or 4 major anchor things that was upsetting them, which was one was the height of the garage, one was the length of the garage, one was the staircase not being evenly spaced, and I think the utility room that was placed on the 3rd door garage on the back. So those were like 4 major concerns that they brought to my attention.
All right. So okay. Thank you. So let me ask you this.
Your Honor, I just like the expert, I'm not sure if you've done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was just emphasizing that based on those 4 items, there was some other stuff as we were doing the walkthrough that was brought up to our attention. I think it was the steam dispenser in the master that was not properly located, that they didn't know it was next to the bench, and a couple of other random stuff that was brought up to my attention as we were doing the walkthrough through the house. But
So those things you've identified were the things that led you to believe that the best option under the circumstances was to tear the thing down and restart the whole process?
I was asked how much it would cost if we were to rebuild it. So that's essentially, that's where that proposal comes in. If
Okay.
this was to be rebuilt, this is how much it costs. Again, I'm usually under the belief that we can try to make things correct things as they were done, but it's just a matter of how much time and effort we want to put into it.
All right. So you factored in also, I think, something that you included in your cost were demo costs too, right? So it would be another, I don't even know what your demo costs were, because you're gonna have to tear the whole thing down, remove it. I mean, no telling what you could salvage, what you couldn't salvage. You're talking about totally replacing everything, correct? Could you reuse HVAC units, for example? Okay, so you could do that. So you took that into account or didn't take that into account?
I did. For this is essentially how much it would cost if we were to build it from scratch.
Okay, so if I were to tell you that that Ghouchani Homes says there was an agreement, unfortunately, wasn't all documented as the way that it should have been, but would you believe it reasonable if Ghouchani Homes was going to do what you saw, which you quoted at $440,000 for that price to be $431,748? In other words, to build that addition, if that's what the quote was, and that's what the costs were going to be, that'd be absolutely reasonable from your standpoint, right? It's less than what you quoted it at.
At $431,000?
Yes, sir.
I think it's reasonable. It's very close to our number.
Okay. All right. So do you know that actually the total amount of money that was, do you know the total amount of money that was paid for that $430,000 worth of work?
I do not know that.
Would that factor into anything for you? If you knew that, for example, if you knew that $287,000 had been paid for $430,000 worth of work, what would your opinion be with respect to whether Mr. Jimenez has been harmed at all?
It's hard to answer that question. So if I had taken on this project and if we had agreed on $431,000 and we were only paying $287,000, I would find a way to figure out what we need to do to get compensated the rest of the money.
No, and if you weren't being compensated, would you actually continue to work on the project?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to where we're going. We're supposed to be here on damages, not on liability. And so I think
This has to do with damages, Judge, completely. I mean, we're talking, I mean, you could, I didn't know.
So explain, I mean, you're connected for me.
Okay, the way I'm connecting it is that basically he quoted a completely finished product.
Yep.
Okay, a completely finished product at $440,000. That's what it would cost to do. And that was the product that he saw, but just rebuilding it because it was so screwed up. Ghouchani Homes, we've got different testimony in the record so far. I haven't heard from Mr. Ghouchani, but this contract started out at $276,000. There were agreed additions up to $370,000 that even Mr. Jimenez has acknowledged. And then where this thing went south was over $60-something thousand worth of additional charges. All I'm trying to point out is that the $430,000 includes all of that. And that this gentleman, I'm just asking this gentleman a question. If he got $431,000 for what he quoted, would there have been any harm suffered by this particular gentleman with respect to damages? So for you to decide, of course, but that's what the issue is.
Okay.
So can you answer the question?
Why don't you ask it again?
Okay. So if I were to tell you that what you saw and what you quoted and what you were going to rebuild had already been quoted and partially completed, or actually mostly complete, I mean, there were things that were not completed, okay? But that the work that you saw that was finished cost $431,000, and you quoted it $440,000, in your opinion, with the person that has the property, now, notwithstanding the fact that maybe everything needed to be torn down and redone, but would that person have actually suffered any harm?
No, not if that was the agreed price at the beginning.
Okay. All right. So let me ask you this. If you were to quote a builder's grade product, for example, to begin with, sure, you're going to have upgrades and changes and additions. Would it be unreasonable for the estimate to include $70 a square foot? You do this by square foot, right? So $70 a square foot for a basement, for example. I mean, a garage type.
70 is reasonable.
Right, because you don't have to do all the same things in a garage. It depends on how you're going to finish it, but $70 is not unreasonable. And what about if the square foot price for the addition itself was $108 a square foot? I know you said it could even be higher.
And I would probably, for me, builder's grade would be around 120 to 140-ish.
So builder's grade for you would be between 120 and 130. And then if it was actually upgraded, let's say you saw, so we're talking about at that price, that was $276,000. That was the initial quote. Okay. You saw a finished product that you quoted at $440,000 to redo. So you can do the math and the difference, right? So about $160,000 worth of difference in what was quoted and what was actually put in place, right? So you've been asked to come in and testify, I presume, using your expertise with respect to damages, because that's what this is about. Mr. Ghouchani and his company have been held liable by the court. We haven't really agreed with the court on that, but it doesn't matter because we're here for this, for what we're here for. The question that we're trying to figure out is what harm has Mr. Jimenez suffered when he got a $440,000 product and only paid $287,000 for it?
So my understanding was that they were not complaining about the quality of the finishes. For example, he didn't mention like they use builder's grade paint versus a top quality paint. Some of the concerns that was raised was a lot of the structural issue that impacted not being able to park the van, not being able to utilize the cars, which was the size of the garage. So it was kind of anchored on that, meaning that the garage was to fit these cars. So that's what upset him during the walkthrough. Again, I'm just referencing that. And then it was the leaks and the water issues. So he didn't bring up to my attention that it was like, okay, we wanted a top-notch finish versus we received the builder's grade or vice versa. So
Right.
That was my understanding from the walkthrough.
Okay, so you don't know much about the whole contract, but if he started out at builder's grade, let's say,
Okay.
certainly what you saw was not a builder's grade finish, correct? And so there was some difference between what was originally quoted and what was completed. There was also, at a certain point, there's work that Ghouchani Homes did, and then there's work that Ghouchani Homes refused to do at the end of it because it wasn't getting paid, okay? You've been in this business a long time. Do you work on projects where your draws are not getting paid the way they're supposed to be getting paid?
Your Honor, I'm going to cover this once again. We're going back into issues factually that have been
It's
established.
sort of a rhetorical question, and maybe you're welcome to ask your client about that. But I mean, he is an expert, and so you can answer the question as to if you're someone who tends to work on projects where your draws aren't being honored.
Yes, we have. Hence the project that Mr. Haydari stepped in and won it for us because they decided not to pay $80-some thousand. Although we knew they were not paying, I felt obligated in finishing it just because our reputation was on the line and we wanted to finish the project. I can only speak for our company and how I
Right.
handle it, but that's not to say every other contractor will do the same.
So it wouldn't matter to you if you didn't get paid 150 grand or 160 grand, you'd finish the
No, I
project.
think about the long term and the reputation of my company, so I'll figure out a way to deal with the homeowner or the client that I'm dealing with on terms of on money, because we can put liens and do a million other things, but I would finish it.
All right, were you aware that the driveway, you understand that the flooding into the basement was basically caused by the install of the driveway, right? These pavers and the retaining walls. And you saw that video where basically a pond was created and all the water rushed into the garage and went down into the basement, right?
Right.
Did you understand at the time that you were testifying that Ghouchani Homes had nothing to do with installing that driveway?
I did not know that.
Okay. Would that have made a difference as to when you're testifying about costs? I think you said it would be $50,000 to $60,000 to redo the driveway. If Ghouchani Homes was not there and didn't install the driveway, would you see that as an item of damages that Ghouchani Homes would be responsible for, or would somebody else be responsible for it?
Again, I think about it, how if it was towards me, if it was something that I did not touch or handle, I wouldn't want to be reliable for that one thing that somebody else stepped in and handled. Again, I did not know that his company did not pour the driveway, but I don't know, to be honest with you.
Okay.
That's not my place.
What about did you do any calculation of the cost to complete the contract work, what it would cost if Ghouchani Homes left at a certain point, okay? Because it wasn't getting paid. There was a scope of work that was existing at the time of that. There were other things that Mr. Chata Jimenez wanted to do to upgrade, and that's all fine. Did you do any calculations of the cost to cure or correct the things that Ghouchani Homes was responsible for at the time that it left?
No, I was under the impression everything that was completed was done by Ghouchani Homes.
Well, how did
I
you?
didn't ask you that. That was just my assumption. Nobody gave me like I did not ask the question. I just assumed that everything was done was by the original contractor. Nor I asked at what time, at what point during this project the original contractor left and what was the remainder of the work until it was completed. So I don't know what was completed from when the original builder left until everything was completed.
Wouldn't you think that'd be important for an expert witness who's going to testify about these matters that'd be important information you would have liked to have had, wouldn't it?
To answer the question, yes, it could be important, but I was only asked to essentially assess what was damaged during the water and how much it would cost to replace the build.
Okay. All right. With respect to the flooding, when did you understand that flooding, the bad one where it went into the basement and there were multiple floodings there, but when did you understand that had occurred?
Again, I did not ask this specific question. I was told it happened during the construction.
During the construction when Ghouchani Homes was there?
I didn't ask. So because I was under the impression it was one builder building everything.
Right.
So I automatically assumed when it said during the construction, it was during the time that the addition was being built.
Did you know that flooding actually happened over 2 years after Ghouchani Homes was gone from the property?
I did not.
Okay. All right. So with respect to a cost to finish, have you looked at any contract that Ghouchani Homes had with Mr. Chata? Did you take into account any allowances that were part of his quote?
I did not.
Did you ask for that stuff, or were you not given that stuff, or you just weren't? I mean, why don't you have that information?
The why could be that I didn't ask and maybe they didn't seem important to share with me. I don't know. But yeah, I don't have an answer for that question.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you some questions about cost to complete. All right, knowing that you haven't really done it, but just in your experience as a builder, if you're going with single doors, for example, let's say you have you quote, you do your pricing. I know it's not broken out in your quote, but don't you do your pricing based on units, for example, for the number of doors you're going to be putting in?
Usually the projects that we do, the client either shares the style of door that they're interested, or if it's like in a basement, we match the rest of the doors in the house.
And you come up with a cost for the door, I mean, based on what type of door it is. Obviously, if it's an upgrade, it's going to be more. And there's always a materials component and a labor component, correct? So do you think it's unreasonable if you made allowances for builder grade, okay, just to begin with, for builder grade for single doors at $100 each, just your typical builder grade door?
That's on the very cheap side.
Yeah, but it's on the cheap side, but it's certainly. Now, let me ask you this. Have you ever had the occasion where somebody that you're working with tells you, hey, look, this is my budget, and this is all I got to spend? And so if you're in that situation, do you try to meet the customer's requirements?
Yes, of course. Every project has a budget. So if the budget is $100,000, I'm not going to spend extra when I know they're not going to pay unless it's agreed upon by both parties that they're willing to pay the difference.
Right. And so you know, in this situation, I believe you testified that your per square foot price is $120, even for a builder's grade, right? Hold on one second. Battery. Unplug that for me. Sorry, Judge, I just got a. So I'll move back to I just need to plug my laptop in for a second. Is it okay if I just kind of sit here and ask him questions?
As long as the witness can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just going to do this so that I can, till I get a better charge going. Is that thing that's plugged in? Okay. All right. So you said $120, right? Is what your builder's grade finish would be.
Now
Now,
door.
No. I'm sorry, Judge. Now I'm backing up. I'm talking about with respect to your overall finish, a per square foot, what you do is to get a thumbnail of what something's going to cost. You take into account the number of square feet, right? Based on a set of plans. You look at a set of plans. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so in this particular situation, you looked at the set of plans.
Yes, I did.
And you knew that based on that set of plans, there were 3 levels, right? There was a garage and 2 stories above it.
Correct.
And that the footprint was 962 square feet. It was basically a footprint, second floor, first floor garage, 962 square feet.
I don't recall. It's been a
Okay,
while.
but you don't have any reason to disagree with me that that's what it was,
So if
right?
that's the square footage.
And so if you were figuring square footage and you were trying to get a thumbnail of what the cost would be to actually make your quote to begin with, okay, you're obviously going to take into account whether it's builder's grade or whether it's upgraded, right? We've already talked about that. Your builder's grade version would be $120 a square foot, right?
Average or builder's grade would be 120 to 140. Correct?
Okay, and you've heard testimony, or you haven't heard testimony yet, but if I were to tell you that based on the quote that Mr. the Ghouchani's homes was $108 for builder grade, okay, for a finish, you wouldn't have any reason to say that was unreasonable. That might be unreasonably low.
It is on the lower side, correct.
Okay, but it wouldn't be unreasonably high.
At 108 per square
Right.
feet? No, it's not.
Okay, and so if we're talking about 3,328 square feet, that's based on the 962 times 3.
Mhm.
And would it be unreasonable for the garage, like again, where the finishes are different, for the garage to be $70 a square foot as opposed to 108?
Garage by itself usually costs a lot less to complete. It doesn't include flooring, a lot of the bells and the whistles that goes into actual finished space.
What do you typically figure a garage at?
It's rare for us because we usually just don't do a garage. So it's as a part of it. So it's usually I include it in my total square footage. But again, that's how I do it.
But do you apply a different, when you're thinking about finishings, do you apply a different dollar per square foot amount for the garage? Or if, let's say for a particular project, you're at 130 a square foot, you'll just apply that 130 per square foot on all the levels, including the garage.
No. Okay. So you don't differentiate, but it wouldn't be unreasonable in trying to come up with a quote if you're actually, let's say you're trying to get a job, okay, and you're trying to do somebody even a favor because it's a friend of a friend, or I'm sure you guys do those things. You're trying to get we call it sharpening the pencil. You're going to sharpen your pencil as much as you can. You've got to make some money, correct? What is the typical margin that you would make on a job?
Anywhere from 15 to 20%.
And that's 15 to 20% of costs, right?
Correct.
So whatever the costs are, so you would quote a cost, for example, and then you would say, this is going to cost X amount of dollars. Is your profit built into that $120 a square foot quote that you do?
Yes and no. It depends on the size of the project. The bigger the project is, the more wiggle room we have. So I try to, and it also depends on the complexity of each project as well. So depending on what I think, how much time and effort it would take. So I play around with that number. Sometimes it's included, sometimes I lower it. Again, it also depends on how eager I am to land the job.
Right, and it depends on who you're doing it for, what you think future business opportunities might be, all those things factor in. So you don't do anything separate for a garage, but can we come up with something? Can we just say it's half or 60% of your 120?
More than half for sure, because
Okay.
usually the only thing that's not included in the garage is a really nice finished paint, the flooring, HVAC, and not so much electrical work. So I would say 60 to 75% of
Okay.
that number would be a reasonable number to assess for per square feet for the garage.
So that's fine. We'll just go with, in this particular instance, when we're talking about 3,300 feet total, we would say for the 962 feet that are the garage, $72 a square foot. That's fair?
For the
Would you say
builder's
for-
grade,
Yeah. Okay. And then I think you said 120 and 120. So for you to build this same thing that Ghouchani Homes, and now again, what's happened with respect to prices, both regarding labor and materials since 2018, 2019.
A different world.
Right. And in what way is it a different world?
Everything, like, not almost doubled, but very close to it. Like a basement, for example. I reference basements because we do it so much of it. So a 1,500 square feet basement could have cost us $60,000, $70,000 back in 2018. Right now it's $150,000, $160,000, $170,000.
They're just costing you that you're having to sell it for? Is that what you mean? Okay, you're right. No, I get it. I mean, it's nuts, actually. With pricing out there. So if you're involved in a project that gets delayed and that takes additional time and prices are soaring all the time, what happens to your profit?
It's a tricky situation. Yeah, there's no profit, of course.
Right. All right. So based on the quotes that you gave me, you would have quoted this same builder's grade home addition to Mr. Jimenez had you been involved in it on day one at $300,144. So you have any? What I did is I took $72 and I multiplied it by 962. That came out to be $69,264. I then did $120 a square foot, which is what I took your lowest, right? You said this was low, so rather than going 140 or whatever for builder's grade, multiplied that by 962, that's $115,440, and that's the same for the two levels. So that total would be $300,144. So if we're talking apples to apples for a builder's grade version of the addition, your company would have charged $300,000.
In theory, it's correct what you have come up with, but there's also a reality of it, that the complexity of the project, looking at those plans, those garage doors, the details that goes into it. So in actuality, if we were to do it, we would charge more for it because I would consider this project more of a complex project than a straightforward project.
Because?
Just because additions, the nature of additions is complex because you have to deal with the existing structure and
the connection.
Exactly, the connection. And you also, at some point, you have to come into the existing house, which you have to cover everything. So it's messy. It's not a clean slate as if it was to be a new construction ground up. So that's when I mean complexity of it. It's complex. You have to be in their living space, bathrooms get adjusted, kitchens, like everything. So that's what makes it more complex. It's very labor intensive as well. So I would feel uncomfortable charging a builder's grade price for a project like that.
Yeah,
I would want to be close to the middle or on the high end.
Right. So even for starters, then, if you were to quote this, let's just say we'll bump it up to $80 for the basement. I mean, for the garage, and we'll do it to $140. That would be a total of $346,000 to do the same math, right? So in other words, for you to have even undertaken this project, you wouldn't have done it for nearly what Ghouchani Homes was willing to do it for.
It was many years ago, but that number right now scares me. I would not touch that, but we're talking about right now. I don't know at what time they engage talking, but I would not do it for that.
I get it, but even the numbers that you're giving to the judge that we're talking about, even when you were talking about your builder's grade and that, we're talking about those numbers were good back then too. The $120 a foot, the $72 a foot.
For builder's grade, 120 to 140, I feel comfortable.
Right, okay. All right. So now, let me ask you this. When you gave this quote to Mr. Jimenez, the $440,000, did you have an expectation that you were actually going to be getting this work?
No.
Right. All you were trying to do is just give him an idea of what he had, the value of what he had, correct?
Sure. And kind of is a common practice for larger projects that I have dealt with. The client wants to know roughly, like, what's the big picture budget, right?
Right.
Because sometimes what the client's expectation is from reality is very far off, and they're like, "Oh, I'm not even going to touch this because I thought it was going to cost $100,000. You're saying $400,000." So that's what that's how I approached it. Just kind of and if we were to kind of engage, then I would have to review the plans in details, go item by item. It would be a much more lengthier of a process to hit all the details of the project and come up with an accurate number.
Right. Okay. And so do you normally itemize your amounts or not? I mean, I know you have there's a lot of detail here. And this is kind of what I'm getting into, the general categories that pretty much every builder would take into account, because you're going to have a foundation, you got framing, you got a roof, you got house wrap, you got windows. These are all things that you know that you're going to have to deal with, right? And it goes on. So everything that's on your list, I believe this is on, it's the exhibit that I'd shared on the screen, Judge. I know you know what we're talking about. Normally there's an itemized charge that would go with this, for example, right? I mean, you got
It depends on the client. So sometimes I'm able to do this without itemizing everything, but sometimes client pushes back and they want to know, okay, how much does framing cost? How much does plumbing cost? And so in instances when client requests, I itemize it.
Okay, well, can you tell me, sitting here today, how much the itemized costs are for the things that okay, just back up. I understand that the problem is that this addition wasn't built correctly. You can't park his van in it, right? I think he called it his, I don't remember, it doesn't matter, but he described his van for the court when he testified. So his van wouldn't go into the garage. In looking at the plans and looking at the site, were you aware of any limitations with respect to what you could actually build this addition to be?
No, not from looking at it. So
Okay, not from looking at it out there. You looked at the plans, you saw that there's a side yard setbacks, correct?
every property has setbacks that you have
Right.
to obey by, and that's how the permit is issued. They keep everything in consideration, the setbacks of the property, the height of the property. Those are the items that usually go through the design and permitting phase of the project.
Right, and then when you're actually pulling out of the garage, for example, you've got to have a turning radius, you got to have this or that. So there's only so far out off of the house that you could build anything. There's only so big you can make it, correct?
Yes, again, you have to obey by the guidelines of each city and county in the setbacks.
All right, now, there's been some confusion, I think we cleared it up last time, or maybe the time before, but there's talk of there being a garage on the backside of this that's completely useless. That's the utility room, right? Is it your contention that that actually was supposed to be a garage where cars were going to be parked? Or was it just a room to house the air conditioning and other, just basically storage type things that had a garage door on it?
My understanding was, or my assumption, it was meant to be a garage. It was part of the garage, it has a garage door. So I automatically assumed that it was meant to be a supplement to the rest of the garage. Although maybe a full-size car may not go in there, or golf carts or like whatever. But to me, it looked like a garage. That garage flooring, it had a garage door. It was part of the rest of the garage setup. So I just automatically assumed it was meant to be another garage.
What size car could you get in that thing? Did you bother to measure it?
I did not.
And how are you going to access it? Because didn't the driveway, you were over there, all this was completed, correct? So you had all that nice paver, is the paver driveway still there?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any, when you were out there, were there any drain systems in place to take care of keep water from running into the garage as it did on that video we saw from August of 2023?
So your first question about the garage was like, when the garage door comes, you have this closet right in front of the garage. So it's awkward. Like, even if it was meant to be a garage or a utility closet, you have to frame it properly, shift the door to the side. So it's just not this weird structure in the middle of the garage. So, and then the second question about the drain, I did not that I can recall, I didn't see the drains immediately right outside the garage.
Okay. Well, when we're talking about that utility room, I mean, it truly is a utility room, is it not? All it's got is a pull-up door.
Again, I don't know, but I just looked at it, it's awkwardly placed, even if it's a utility closet. That's just me.
Okay, and if there was a limit to how far that could be built because of a side yard setback, for example, would that help explain for you why maybe it's odd?
Inside of it than the outside, how it looks when the garage door goes open and you directly look at the closet that's protruding outside.
Okay, because it's like, I mean, it's no different than having a mechanical room in a basement, is it? You have to have some place to put
So we're going, this sounds like an aesthetic concern I'm hearing him share, which he's entitled to do, but you haven't tied this to estimates high or low or this or that. He's telling you what he thought was peculiar about it.
I'm getting ready to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, so no. So one of the things you've said is that the HVAC unit is blocking that garage, and so it needs to be moved. So all the gas lines, all the electrical, all the ductwork, everything would have to be moved. And I think you provided a quote of at least $20,000 to do that or more, correct? Right. If it is a standard mechanical room that you're just getting whatever additional use out of it you can get, like for example, a garage door so you could pull a motorcycle in there, or a garage door so you could put bigger furniture in there. We saw some furniture that's stored in there. Does that really require moving the entire HVAC system that serves the home out of that area?
Only if the purpose of that room changes. I'm going based on the assumption that it was meant to be a garage for some sort of car or some sort of vehicle to be pulled in there. But if the purpose of that room is meant to be a utility room, then you're correct. But if
Okay.
I'm going based on my assumption, that's meant to be a vehicle to be parked in there, the second the garage door goes open, there's a closet right there.
I agree with you. I couldn't agree with you more. Okay, how do you access that thing? Where does the driveway at this place stop? You were out there. Does the driveway stop on the two bigger garage doors?
I don't recall the driveway goes around the building.
Right, because there's actually a curb there, and then there's a fence, a privacy fence. So how in the world would you drive around to get into this garage?
I don't know the answer to that.
All right, so if that's actually a utility room, then there's no need to move anything.
It's a preference, right? If it's a utility room and they're fine with the way it looks. Again, what I was told during the walkthrough that this was meant to be a garage, it was essentially all of those utilities were placed improperly in the path of the garage.
Okay, but you have expertise and you also have common sense, correct? And you're here testifying to the court as an expert. And we're asking you, one of the big things, you enumerated about 4 different things that would require the complete tear down and redo of this addition. And that weird little utility room is one of those, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then one of the other ones, because I'm really trying to understand this, okay? One of the things that you talked about is you were concerned back before with the flooding, things get wet, it can undermine structure. You've done nothing to determine whether any of that is in effect here, have you?
No, I have not.
Okay. And you were talking about the oddness of the stairs. These stairs are odd, they're different sizes. You understand that you are connecting this addition with an older house, right? You were trying to make everything work out. Okay. Is what you're telling the court is that makes no sense that it was worked out that way, that with the landing and with the steps the way they are?
It's very uncommon for it to look that way. So I agree with you that yes, we're attaching a new construction to existing. So for me, from my perspective, a good workmanship would have divided the distance equally. So all of the steps would have been adjusted a little bit. So the last step is not this much. So that way they're at least close enough. So
Okay, but is there anything, do those steps meet code? The distance between the treads?
Majority of them leading all the way to the top. I do believe, I didn't measure them, but they seem like regular steps, except I think the last 1 or 2 that were significantly.
Right. Okay. And when you were testifying before, you said the original plans that you looked at, that you thought the plans were odd, because what the plans did is they came and started the elevation of the garage, even with what was the topography and rear elevation of the house, rather than going down and excavating 4 or 5 feet so you could get down on the level. I think what you said is the plans showed the thing being at the same level as the basement, correct?
I do recall something like that, because I remember, I think right now, the basement, you have to step down to go from the garage level. I think the plans showed the basement door being the same level as the garage.
Right, but those plans got revised a number of times, and that the final set of plans that were submitted didn't have that.
I don't know that. I only know the plans that I looked at.
Okay, well, in your job as an expert, wouldn't you be reviewing the plans that were submitted as part of the permit?
I assume the plans were shared with me were the plans that were approved for permitting.
Okay. All right. Were you aware, have you seen pictures of the property prior to the time that construction started by Ghouchani Homes?
I have not.
So were you aware that there were actually steps down, that basement itself was subterranean was about probably 3 feet below grade.
I did.
And that if you were going to access that basement from the backside of the house, you'd actually have to walk down those same stairs as exist today.
I do not know that.
Okay, with that, do you think it was unreasonable for this addition that you're saying has got to be torn down and is terrible? And one of the reasons is because of the way that it's designed and that everything's designed to flood into the basement, right? I mean, that's one of your reasons for tearing everything down, correct?
One of the reasons that essentially is fundamental to all the issues that's causing the basement, the flooding and everything.
Right. When you looked at so it is what it is, right? It's built the way that it is. You had to walk down into the basement before, you have to walk down into the basement now. Now you're walking out of the garage rather than walking out of the backyard. Fair enough?
Sure.
And if you keep water out of the garage, I mean, you saw the pond that was created, right? Did you, in your on-site observation, did you have the occasion to form an opinion as to how that pond was created?
No, I mean, my assumption is that the driveway was not built properly.
Well, so you were out there at the site, you saw that there was okay, so let's say this is where the garage is, okay? And I'm coming down the driveway from the street. And so there's a retaining wall right here, right? And it's what, 2 or 3 feet high?
About
3, okay. Maybe not high enough to require a rail or anything, but it's certainly, so the driveway slopes down and then it comes to a point back here where the driveway ends. And then where that driveway is, there's a curve. It's about a 3-inch curve that's in place. And you remember seeing that?
I don't, but you have no reason to lie about it.
Okay, I mean, I think it's easily observable on the video. So there's a curve there. So what you've got is you've got a wall. Water can go nowhere except this way.
Correct.
You've got a curb. Water can go nowhere except this way off of the curb. And the curb is high enough, it's about 3 to 4 inches, so that when water comes down through here and it can't leave that area quickly enough because it's a relatively flat area. And even though the driveway itself, the cobblestone or whatever it is, it slips away from that. I mean, it looks very nice, okay? And it was, I'm sure it was even possibly properly installed, but nobody took into account the fact that you were creating a natural pond here. So if you got enough water, that water has nowhere to go except into the garage. And when it comes into the garage, it's got nowhere to go except to the low. I mean, water's going to go to the lowest possible point.
Of course.
Okay, and so if you have water that builds up, let's say you got a 2-inch lip off of the garage. Well, what's a standard lip that you would want to have a differentiation between?
No more than an inch.
Right, okay, right. It's just an inch, just enough to make sure that water is going to stay away from the home, right?
Sure.
So if you've got a 3-inch curve, I don't know if it was 3 or 4 inches, but whatever, you got a curve back here. And you've got a 1-inch drop here, and you're creating a pond of water. No matter, did you get a chance to calculate the number of square feet of water that's being detained by this homemade detention pond?
I did not.
Okay, but you do it and it builds it up. Where's that water gonna go? It's got nowhere to go except into the house, correct?
Sure.
And so if you didn't install any of this, are you I mean, forget about liability. Is it your responsibility to pay for those, to pay for any harm that's suffered as a result of that?
If it was not part of the original scope of work that I was to be responsible for it, then I don't want to be held accountable for something that I didn't do.
I say it was part of the original scope of work, but you never completed the original scope of work because your contract was terminated. You were actually thrown off the job. Okay, so the owner told you, do not come back. You've had that happen to you before, I reckon.
No, luckily.
Okay, well, good. No, that's good. So you're about as good as Mr. Hadari with his appeals, it sounds like. So you've never been told to leave a project.
Correct.
Okay, and so under those circumstances, if you don't do the work, I mean, you're still responsible for doing the work, and you'd be responsible for what you were going to pay to do the work, correct?
If I didn't do the work.
You wouldn't be responsible for the damages. I'm with you there. Well, you've already answered that.
Okay.
I'm talking about if you didn't do the work, but your scope of work was to put in a driveway. Okay. You'd still be responsible for paying for the driveway that was supposed to be installed, right? You wouldn't be responsible for what got installed. but there would be a cost associated with the driveway that was getting installed, right?
Yeah, you would have, whether the original builder does it or somebody else, you have to pay to get it done, if that's what you're asking.
Correct. That is what I'm asking. And do you have, what is a typical cost for a concrete driveway of the size that you saw? If I were to tell you that that driveway itself,
Your Honor, I do
Was-
want to lay an objection to where we're going, because the question of liability has been established, and he's disputing liability at this point. We're supposed to be disputing damages or even talking about the amount of damages, but the question, for instance, whether or not he caused the flooding, whether he's responsible for it, those things have been established, so it's based on the complaint, based on the fact that it was stricken. So the question as to whether or not Ghouchani is responsible, that part has been established.
Well, I don't know that it works that way. So I see where this is going, and I'm gonna let him continue exploring that. If a meteorite fell on Mr. Chada's house and it hit the part that Mr. Ghouchani built and it wasn't strong enough to deflect the meteorite, I don't know that his default makes him liable for failure to repel meteorite. And if there's water that's going in through things that had nothing to do with what Mr. Ghouchani did, if that's what the evidence shows, then I don't know how he is responsible for any damages that flow from the entry of that water into the garage in the basement.
One of the allegations we put in there, which has not been deemed admitted, is the fact that he did negligent design. All of this stuff was done under his design. We had testimony from Mr. Chada that they basically just followed his design from pouring. And we also say that as a result of his design, there is flooding. And so to the extent we're coming back and trying to say that, you know, he's not responsible for that, and that now we are disputing the liability portion, and we are, you know, basically going against what the implication of the default is.
Okay, your response to that?
I don't even know how to respond to that, Judge. I mean, ultimately, we agree, you found us liable. We're liable for whatever we're liable for, okay? We're talking about somebody that got fired from a job, somebody that according to this man, who's an expert, and this man and everybody else is one of the worst builders that you would ever have. Then we got them saying that, oh, but we relied on their design, because I don't even know, we haven't even had evidence of what that design was or how Ghouchani Homes was even involved in it. The only thing we see at the time Ghouchani Homes was actually when we know they were on the property, we know the driveway wasn't installed, and we know that there's a slab and there's dirt. So we know there's at least 3 or 4 inches worth of differentiation between the garage and whatever. Whatever these guys decided to do, you know, they got a duty to mitigate damages if we breach the contract, and whatever if they screwed up on their mitigation, which is exactly what they did here and created their own problems, they can't then come and assert that against us and say, oh, it was based on a design we relied on. It makes no sense.
Okay, got it.
All right. So
Let's do a timing check. We're getting close to lunch break. I now have a draft of the order that the deputy needs. I will look at that first thing when we break for lunch and then get it signed and get you copies. I'm sorry, I know you were supposed to be in 2 Delta. Guess someone else is covering that. This is more exciting than whatever was going on in 2 Delta. I'm confident.
I like it.
But that's just so you know, the draft order, Ms. Niles has done the draft. I will do that first thing when we break for lunch and then get it to you so you can take care of what you need to, because I know we've got 2 deputies in here. We only need to have 1. So sorry to keep you hanging. It is what it is. All right.
And I'll be as quick as I can. I mean,
I know you are, but that clock is pretty far off, but how much?
11:37. I mean, I would say, you know, less than an hour, maybe less than that. I just need to keep asking him a few of these questions and then we can move on. I'll try to end by noon.
You just keep pressing on.
All right, thanks.
And then are you planning on doing a redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, but as it stands now, my questions are very limited.
Okay,
It would be a 5-minute redirect.
okay. I don't trust either of your estimates, but we'll go forward.
And Judge, we certainly appreciate the indulgence with all of this. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Ciari,
Yes, sir.
the driveway, if you had to pay 1,456 square feet of driveway, and you put it in, and for that 1,456 feet, would $8 a square foot be a reasonable cost estimate?
Very cheap.
Very cheap. Okay, very cheap. So what would it normally be?
High teens.
High teens, okay. Now this is, remember, you saw those very nice pavers and that really high-end deal. This is for concrete, right?
This is for concrete,
Okay.
it's not for pavers.
I got you. So that would be cheap even as a concrete price. All right. There, you saw that retraining. So if I were to tell you that 1,456 square feet at $8 a square foot is $11,648, would you have any reason to dispute that? I'm not asking you to get your
For the
calculator.
driveway for that cost?
Yes. Well, no, not part of the driveway. We're part of the driveway that was within the scope of work.
For that square footage at that price, it seems very reasonable.
Okay. All right. Now, what about, you saw that there's that retaining wall that we talked about that helps create this pond. This is the problem. That was within Ghouchani Homes scope of work. Okay. And Ghouchani Homes didn't install that Allen block wall. If I were to tell you that $3,800 would have been a cost to do that, I mean, you had a chance to observe the wall. You kind of know what I'm talking about. Is that an unreasonable amount? That seems pretty fair, right?
There.
Okay. All right. Now, we have some testimony from I think it was a relative of Mr. Jimenez about sheetrock, finishing sheetrock and how terrible the sheetrock work was here. Did you ever see the videos that all the sheetrock was hung in the unit?
Not that I recall.
Okay, but so if there's a cost involved with hanging sheetrock and then finishing sheetrock, right? There are two different items of cost that go. And how is that typically priced? I know the sheetrock, I just want to say the sheetrock guy he didn't know how to price it by the sheet, but how do you typically price it?
So two ways. I either do material and labor, which includes installation, taping, mudding, sanding, and getting it paint ready at $35 per sheet, which includes the mud, the actual drywall and everything. So I've done it that way, or I also essentially purchase the material myself and only pay my guys for installation and getting it paint ready.
Okay. And again, part of this, it gets confusing because we're talking, this was 2019 when this work was done. Things have changed a good bit. So when you're talking about pricing now, you're talking, I want you to try to remember what it was like back in the good old days, back when I wish I was building my house. So, now the cost is that much but it was $13 a sheet. A sheet is 48 square feet, right? 4 by 12. And so to hang.
Well, it depends what size drywall they use.
Gotcha. But I'm saying, let's just say standard drywall, because if you go
4
with
by 8 is a standard drywall size.
Right.
32 square, yeah.
And it would be, I mean, you can do it bigger depending on the size of the house and the size of the ceilings and all that, but it's just all still the same square footage that gets covered. It's just what sheets you're using, correct?
Yes, the larger drywall sheets are a little difficult to hang. So my guys charge a little more because we're 4 by 8, one person can lift it up. 4 by 12 requires 2 people to lift.
Okay, if you can remember back to that time, would $13 a sheet be fair?
For just the labor to install?
It would have been for the labor to install. This is, that wouldn't have been the labor to install. That would have been finished. $13 a sheet
Does
for
not
finish.
include the material itself.
Yeah, this installation's already done and the material's already in place. So now you're just doing finishing.
I think $13 per sheet, yeah.
Okay, that's fair. So that would be a total, if you were going to finish 360 sheets of sheetrock, which is what, do you have any reason to dispute that there were 360 sheets or so of sheetrock in this addition?
No.
Okay, but does it sound right? I mean, you were there, you see the size of it.
Think about a 1,500 square feet basement uses anywhere from 180 to 200 sheets, depending on the ceiling heights and everything. So to add another, high 300s sounds about right amount of drywall count.
Okay, so that would have been at $13 a sheet, that would have been a total of $4,680 or $4,680, just 13 times 360. Okay. Now flooring. Okay, I don't know if you were aware that there were some flooring allowances and flooring that was called for by the contract that Mr. Jimenez upgraded. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay, so
Type of flooring?
Well, hardwoods, there were some hardwoods, there was some carpet, it just, and again, this is all part of a standard, your typical builders type deal. I mean, I understand it was finished differently and that's fine. There were upgrades that actually happened as well. That's where everything got sideways. But there were finishes that were part of the contract and anything in excess. I mean, if you do a contract that has finishes in it and an allowance, explain to the court what an allowance is.
So allowance is to kind of give a client a rough expectation on the finished material cost. So because I don't know the client and their taste, what I think for our project is average or above average for the solution of this carpet. So for example, what I think is average is $3 to $5 per square feet. So if it's a more expensive home, I go on the higher end and vice versa. So, and then if you have 1,000 square feet at $5 per square feet, we have $5,000 for carpet flooring for this room. The client goes and searches, they find something great, they want to spend $7,500 on their carpet. So I pay for everything and I add $2,500 since our cost allowance was $5,000, $2,500 in total cost. Now we've added $2,500 to the invoice. And it also goes the other way. Maybe around Thanksgiving, they find a great deal, they only spend $2,500 and I'll deduct $2,500 from the total cost.
All right, now what about, what is the difference between hardwood flooring pricing? Think about hardwood floors, you got your standard hardwood floor is the width is like 2 1/4 maybe? That's the
2 1/4 and 3 1/4 is standard, considered standard, but that can be.
That's what the builders are gonna try to get you to do because it's a lot cheaper to do that than it is to do.
The wider the plank is, the more expensive the planks do.
Okay, so if you had a 642 square feet of hardwood floors at 2 1/4 inches at $5 a square foot, and that's that's installed and finished, that's a decent price, isn't it?
It also depends if it's glued down hardwood or nailed, and it also depends if it's pre-finished hardwood or it needs to be sanded.
Now let's say it's raw hardwood that gets finished on site and that, I mean.
So that's, the labor to install and finish it could be anywhere from $3 to $5 per square feet. That does not include the cost of the material itself, because the hardwood you can go essentially get premium hardwood or just get the standard.
Your standard red oak, right?
So I think anywhere from $2 to $3 for the actual price of the hardwood is reasonable. And then that, of course, you have to add the labor to install and finish.
But it's not unusual. I mean, I've done this myself many times. It's not unusual to get hardwoods, nail down hardwoods turnkey installed for $5 to $5.50 a square foot.
Hard now.
I don't know about today, right?
But yes, then it could have been, yes. I mean, it's not absurd, but yes, it's on the lower side for sure.
Okay, what about a carpet allowance of $15 a square yard? Does that sounds like a standard allowance, right? Gutters, 140 linear feet of gutters and 146 linear feet of or 148 linear feet of downspouts. $3 per linear foot, does that sound about right? Probably more now.
Builder's grade, if it doesn't have any leaf guards or anything like that, but that's seems low, but.
Hey, no, I'm curious about this. Have you ever heard that that squirrels will nest in your gutters? And that's why you need to get those somebody tried to sell my parents some leaf guards in that way.
Mainly for leaf, but I don't know about squirrels.
No, I know. So I was just thinking a little squirrel family, living in a gutter. It didn't make any sense, but whatever. These guys will try anything. All right, the HVAC, so it was already installed. There was some HVAC. If you knew there was about $1,000 worth of HVAC work to be completed, if that was a cost, that wouldn't surprise you, would it?
I don't understand what you mean.
No, I'm saying that, so Ghouchani Homes actually installed, ductwork and HVAC. Yeah.
Saying $1,000 extra.
The world we're talking about is a world where Ghouchani Homes was working and even upgrading and doing whatever, and then finally.
It depends on what they did in terms of the HVAC work. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. All right, so we'll go from there. Painting, how do you figure painting?
Per square feet again. Our painters are on the premium side, so they usually charge me anywhere from, right now, again, I'm talking about, right now it's $4 to $6 per square feet for their labor, which is on the higher side. I know that because that's the feedback I get from my clients on our paint, but I think reasonable would be around $3 to $4 per square feet to paint.
Okay, and so, but again, if we're talking about back at the time, would $1 a square foot, I mean, for
Very
interior?
low, but I'd say mid twos if we're going backtracking to
Okay,
2018.
I got you. So you'd say maybe the mid twos, you don't know for sure, but if I were to tell you that the quote that was provided factored in $1 per square foot for both.
It's very cheap.
Yeah, okay, all right. Very, very cheap, but I mean, cheap, and then you can upgrade it if you want to.
Cheap in a like,
No.
very inexpensive.
Inexpensive, right, but not unreasonable. I mean, you said you mess with the numbers all the time. I get it. You can mess with your profit. You got different laborers that you deal with, that you can deal with them on pricing. Let me ask you this, with respect to your subcontractors that you use, do you care if your customers use them directly?
Of course, nobody touches my subcontract.
Right, so if they did, you'd have a problem with that, wouldn't you?
So not with yes, it's a very standard practice in our business, frowned upon for customer to go directly to our subcontractors, because essentially they're employees of ours. It's in bad taste. So my guys, we have a great relationship that they're very loyal. It has happened in a couple of instances where the client went behind our back. I no longer work with that client, and I no longer work with that subcontractor.
If you were aware that happened in this case, that Mr. Jimenez was doing that with respect to Mr. Ghouchani's subcontractors, would that change your opinion?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line where once again steering away from damages and going into liability, causality, all these other things that.
Or just plain old relevance. What does that have to do with where we are?
It just has to do with the call. So that's fine. I'll just withdraw the question, you judge. That's okay. All right. Tile. If there was a flooring allowance of $5 for hardwoods and $15 for carpet, it makes sense, right? Tile, a standard tile allowance would be $10 a square foot.
That's including the material and installation. I think that's reasonable, because I usually bill the $5 per square feet for the material and the rest is for labor. That's reasonable.
Okay, and then if you take into account siding, places got to have siding, right? That's the same hardy plank. Yeah, like you observed at this house.
Okay.
So you do that by the square foot as well, right?
Yes.
And so you determine the square feet by the number of boards, hardy plank boards that you're using, and $100 a square foot. Does that sound reasonable?
For that.
Okay, cornice and soffit, that's another element, right?
Correct.
And just explain it. Court might know what that is, but just explain how that works.
Usually it's the wooden boards, right, to cover the overhang of the roof. It's just two pieces of 1x10, 1x12 that goes attaches right underneath the roof.
Okay, so that's got to be installed. So $30 a foot for that. It is done by the linear foot, or there's, yep. Fair.
Depending on the finishing material, but yes.
All right, what about roofing? How do you price roofing? It's by the square.
Yard.
It's by the square, right?
Correct.
So what's a square?
Is it 33?
It's not a town. I mean,
I know, I'm
it's
trying to think. So it's a square, I can't remember the exact square footage that goes
Right.
in the square.
But it's known in the industry as a square, and it's just a bundle of shingles
Exactly.
that cover a certain
I think
amount.
it's 33 square feet that becomes 1 square.
Okay, gotcha. And so and it's typically quoted and priced by the square, like right? And so $16 a square?
That's labor and.
Labor and materials, yeah.
I'm very low, but
But
the
I mean,
material has gone significantly up from that.
I'm with
time.
you,
But
man.
yes, I mean, it could be done.
that's what I'm saying. We're talking about, I mean, it can even be done today, but not. I mean, you're looking at,
Very.
we're still talking about pricing that was, years back. And then, the gutters, for example, I mean, you got again, you're doing it by the number of square feet, the number of linear feet, right? So $3 a linear foot, 288
I
square
think we
feet.
talked about the gutters and downspouts.
We did, so
Yeah.
it's all within the range. Okay. So you weren't asked to try to come out here. Okay, I get the tear down thing, right? Now let's say, in your opinion, would it be reasonable, even if the garage height wasn't what you wanted it to be. Okay, you couldn't park. I mean, I think you can still park vehicles in there, but you couldn't do, you know, I don't know exactly what the issue is with respect to that. But did you find the garage to be sort of a non-standard height? I mean, was there any?
No, it's significantly higher than the standard
Okay.
garage height.
And then also there's a beam, you notice there's a beam in the garage, right? And the purpose of that beam, why would you put a beam in a garage?
Structural support.
Structural support and allow you to carry to not have to worry about walls and things like that, right?
Correct.
Depending, okay. So is it really practical, in your opinion, your expert opinion, is it practical to, yeah, you don't like your house anymore because you didn't like the way the garage turned out. Is it practical to tear the whole thing down? I mean, I guess if somebody else is paying for it, maybe it is, but does it make any sense to do that yourself?
It's not practical, but if you're asking for my opinion, so I think about it, if I was in his position or if I had built an addition, having spent all that money, it doesn't even matter about this. If I'm spending all that money or any amount of money in hundreds of thousands of dollars to build an addition, ideally I wanted to build the way I designed it and to function the way I wanted to function.
Right.
I don't know how to answer. Is it practical to tear it down? Of course it's not practical, but I want it to be what I had envisioned this whole project to look like if it was my project, in my opinion.
Right. All right. Hold on one second. All right, with respect to the site design, that's been a big issue as we relied on the Ghouchani site design. Did you ever see any topographic site plan?
No, I did not.
Now, wouldn't you expect that if there was a design of a site plan with elevations of that you would actually see something like that as part of the plans?
So usually that's done as you start putting the plans together for the property. You start with the site plan because that shows your setbacks, what you're working with, how big of an addition you can build. So site plan and architectural drawings usually go hand in hand because an architect needs to know the boundaries of the property. So based on those, he or she can design the new addition.
Now, I get it with the architect designing the addition. That's the 3D, elevations of the home and.
Well, that's the actual
Building materials
architectural drawings. That's
right.
the drawing that you build the actual addition or any structure with. You reference the architectural drawings.
Okay, what have you, what did you see with respect to a site plan that was relied upon by anybody in installing the driveway?
I didn't see anything. I didn't see the site plan, nor, based on my knowledge, usually concrete guys, driveway guys, they don't reference the site plan in building a driveway. They rely usually on the builder to let them know what they want. But if it was mine, I would also rely on the contractor whom I've hired to let me know if there are any issues as they start building the driveway for me. And that's the same with every other subcontractor that I have.
No, that's reasonable. I mean, you're the builder, you're coordinating everything, but you're bringing in other experts to do these things. So you're relying on them to do it correctly, right? And I think that's perfectly reasonable. So if there was, you're not aware of any topographic survey or any other sort of undertaking to make sure that there wouldn't be any kind of a water runoff issue or anything like what you observed, are you?
I'm not aware of it, but from my experience, that's almost always a mandatory requirement during the permitting phase, because a city or a county would require a site plan or almost sometimes an arborist plan to let us know about the trees, the water flow and everything. So it's a very common practice that usually comes up during the permitting phase. The county or the city tries to ask all these questions.
Right, and if you-
Because there's only also so many percentage of the property you can cover. So the 50% or some, depending on the city or county, it still has to be vegetation. You can't cover your entire property. So there is rules you have to obey by, and usually those things are checked during the permitting phase.
Right. And so for example, if you were getting, if you had something like that you're relying on, I mean, would a builder just come up with it? I mean, who would you hire?
Surveying company does that.
Correct. A surveying company to figure the property boundaries, plus also to do a topographic,
So there's two separate.
survey
things.
if you
You can
need
either
it.
just do the survey, which they'll come out, they'll give you the survey of the property with your property lines, and the site plan is a separate, which an engineer, a civil engineer puts together.
All right. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Hey, Judge, if we can do this, we'll take just a quick break. And then I think I just need to see if I got any more questions for him, and then we'll be finished with them.
Okay.
Is that, I mean, let's just say 5 minutes and so I can confer with Mr. Ghouchani.
All right.
Okay.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Thanks, Judge.
And then just my thought is, I know we'll be starting lunch a little bit late. I'll go look at that order during the 5 minutes. Is that we try to finish Mr. Sayeri so he can be done for the day rather than he has to take a lunch break while we take a lunch break.
That would be.
And that'll be fine, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
See you guys in a couple minutes.
Okay, thanks, Judge. Yeah, we can.
It's all good.
Well, I appreciate your patience. Here's the thing I'm gonna ask you about. Oh, that's what we're doing. We're just gonna get him finished and then break for lunch. So you can do that. No, exactly. There was something else I was gonna ask him, I just forgot.
What did you see? Okay, let me see.
I would want a little more round. Sits up there. Maybe that sits up there. Yeah, no, I think we'll just get into that later. Fees, and then you're what you said is get that. They use your, somebody use your workers. Yeah. Yeah. Touches. No, that's right. Satellite tracking, has a lot to do with the damages. And no, I'm with him. You can find him. Oh, no. So now he's saying it's my fault. No, I got you. That's fine. That's what I'm bringing up with you, not with him.
It does have to do with damages because he's. So he understands what's going behind
I think we're good with them. You can talk about that. You can talk about this. Yeah. Well, but that goes again to liability. That goes to. Right. It's damage. There's no. Exterior. Exterior. See, that's liability though.
damages on the stand.
No, but it's like if you have it's more like if you have an itemized amount and the homeowner works with the sub and costs much more. Is that something you're responsible for, or the owner's responsible for? So I have.
It wasn't even my scope of work.
I think that we actually wanted to send to because this sharing. So the access I can get just actions. Do you want to try with your virtual? Yeah, it looks like it came. So Yasha need to at least send it to them.
Vincent Johnson.
All right. It's not quite ready. Sorry.
Just a few more questions.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Sayuri, real quickly, your expert witness fees. What was the arrangement you discussed with Mr. Shada Jimenez or?
As of right now.
Pardon me?
No specific arrangements as of right now.
Okay.
We were going to discuss it after it was set.
You're going to discuss, were you going to get paid an hourly rate or were you a flat fee or a?
The conversation was very generic and said he would take care of us, take care of this situation, so we haven't, it was my first time doing it, so I'm not, just gonna figure it out.
So I heard Mr. Haydari say, oh, no, it's $2,100 a day for testimony. Was that news to you? You may not have been in the courtroom when he said that. Did you think, woo, I like this?
So, yeah, it could be that's what he had in mind to pay us, but we did not discuss specific numbers.
That wasn't a number you had heard before today. Okay.
But well, maybe you could just trade it out for appellate work if you ever need it. He's pretty good. That's what I hear. So, all right, let me ask you this on this, your one invoice that you, one we were talking about for the $77,000 one. Yeah, they talked about redoing the kitchen, the bathroom, are you saying that work that you were going to do and that invoice was necessitated by the water that dripped through the roof?
So I was shown the areas that the water had seeped through, and one wall was a bathroom wall, so naturally the shower, the vanity, everything had to be removed, put back together, and the other area was in the kitchen behind all of the cabinets. So it goes back to my original assumption, believing that all of the drywall needs to be removed, remediated, repaired, and put it back together. That's why we have to rebuild the kitchen and the bathroom. And I think there was some areas of the basement in that repair estimate. I'm not sure.
Were there going to be, so was that area going to be remodeled and modernized? Because this was an old house, right?
We didn't talk about we talked about kind of putting it back together. And of course, it was going to be new. We're not going, if we're rebuilding a bathroom, we can't
Right.
reuse the existing tile. So everything is going to be new. Same thing with the kitchen, because the cabinets are wood. So everything will be new. I don't know about modernizing it.
All right, so what you were talking about was bathroom includes rebuilding the entire bathroom on the main floor similar to the existing layout. And then you put in here in this quote, based on the video evidence, there must be significant water damage on all of the walls and floor of this bathroom. Everything must be removed and proper and drier, sure meant dried,
Sorry.
proper, and that's okay, but before rebuilding the bathroom. So what did you observe on the walls? I mean, did you observe mold or
No.
rot, or why would you have drawn that
I
conclusion?
didn't observe any exact mold or anything. It's just based on the water. It's just, I assumed the drywall and everything needs to come off since it was never treated to be dried properly. So it's my assumption.
Okay, well, did y'all think about hiring a mold remediation company to come out and actually check and see if there was any issue before you were just gonna do $77,000 worth of work?
I recommended that. I
Okay.
always recommend that to all our clients that go through any water damage, because the scope of the mold or any damage could be more than what we're just removing, or it could be non-existent. So yes, it's always recommended to consult with the mold remediation company.
Okay, so this building and installing cabinetry for the kitchen, paint grade similar to the existing layout, you were gonna have to redo the cabinets because of the water damage on the,
It's not.
On the walls?
It's my assumption, yes, the proposal includes rebuilding it, but again, there may be another contractor that steps in, they may be able to reuse the existing boxes. For my proposal, I suggested that we would do all new cabinets.
and I guess the granite quartz, was that gonna be an upgrade?
It's a standard practice for us to build it into the proposal, because usually almost all kitchens have granite or quartz. I did not ask what was there before.
Okay, repairing it, was there a lot of water damage to the hardwood floors?
So based on the videos that again I saw as the water was coming down the roof, so the water sits on the floor.
Right.
So again, I assume the floor and the plywood underneath it will need to be treated and replaced.
Okay, well, I'm not asking you, I mean, you can assume certain things for purposes of making an opinion, but I'm really just asking you now, not even as in your capacity as an expert, and you did observe this, right? You walked through here. So for example, the hardwood floors that need to be refinished and replaced, was there any cupping of those hardwood floors?
Again, when I went to the house, the front of the house was not in a great shape. It seemed like it was under renovation, so I don't know from when the water happened until I walked in there. So there's a gap. To your point, you said it happened 2 years ago. I don't know what happened during these 2 years. From what I saw, to me, it looked like at least at a minimum needs to be sanded or refinished or replaced.
Okay, can you explain to the court what cupping is and what causes it?
Hardwood is flat, but if it absorbs moisture, it becomes a slight U shape. So you just.
I've experienced that.
So, you know,
I gotcha. So I'm just curious. I mean, did you give this quote because you thought all this work needed to be done, or were you just asked to give a quote if you were to come in here and just redo all of this?
So I was asked to essentially how much it would cost for our company to repair, put this back together as it was. Again, I was not asked to assess, go behind the walls, underneath the plywood, assess how much moisture still exists into the walls or in the floor, and then does it need to be actually replaced or not? No, I have not done that type of
Okay,
work.
I got you, man. What I'm trying to figure out, and it's hard for me to understand. So you have sheetrock walls, were the walls water stained?
I can't remember.
Okay. Was there tile that was falling off the walls because it had gotten whatever it was glued to had gotten undermined?
I didn't see any tiles.
Was there any rot or anything? I mean, what would be the kind of things, what caused you to believe that it needed to be totally replaced?
Seeing that video and the amount of water that was coming out of the wall, like literally dripping on the wall. So if this was my house, I would not feel comfortable with never having treated that wall And any amount of moisture, I have OCD problems, and I want to make sure like everything is removed and clean. Again, this estimate that you're looking is just simply how I would approach it, or how I would have treated it, seeing that much water coming up from the ceiling.
Okay, but and you're talking about just the video from where we saw I mean, there's just a few videos in there. We're not talking about.
That was in the bathroom. I think there was a TV hanging in the bathroom. That's the video I'm referring to.
Okay, and once what was causing that was repaired, right? Because that was the roof penetration before any paper was on the roof and before any shingles or anything were on the roof. So that leaking condition would have ended at that point, right? Do you have any reason to believe that leaking condition didn't end right after the shingles were installed in December of 2021?
I don't have any reason, but what I would have done is after the issue was addressed, I would have had a mold remediation company or a restoration company that have guns with laser that they can point and it can detect the level of moisture that exists behind the wall. So I would have done that immediately after the issue was resolved.
Right.
So that way, to your point, if there is no water damage, that my mind is
then there's no need to fix anything.
Yes.
Other than aesthetics.
Yes.
Right. So did y'all talk about having somebody come out and actually, are you aware that anybody ever did come out?
I'm pretty clear that the record here is that Mr. Sari was asked to come up with an estimate that would reflect a total demolition and replacement of the addition.
Okay.
And was not asked to assess, is that necessary? It was assumed it's necessary to do all this because there's no in-between number that he's provided.
Right.
And I also don't find that Mr. Sari is saying as an expert, trust me, I went around and determined 100% that the only way to do this in a cost-effective manner is to tear everything down and rebuild it. He has provided an answer, which is the total replacement cost.
Right.
And I don't think he's in a position to say here's an in-between cost because he wasn't asked to provide one, whether that was justified or not. Didn't do the laser, et cetera, because he wasn't asked to. That wasn't his role. If I'm misunderstanding it, you should correct me, but we're going around and around and I'm hearing your answer like, I didn't do that. That's not what I was asked to do. It's like, hey, if you were going to do this all over again, what would it cost? And that's $440,800.
Brandon, one more question, I'm done.
Okay.
All right. All right, so if a homeowner works with, you said, I think it would be in bad faith to work with a sub or what, you'd be irritated if somebody worked with one of your subs, went around to work with a sub. Okay. If they went behind your back to work with one of your subs and then they actually changed and you had a certain amount of money that you'd allocated for a certain, say, framing or whatever. And then the homeowner went to your sub and did a bunch of different things with respect to framing. Would that be your responsibility as a contractor or is that a responsibility that the homeowner has taken on at that point?
No, to me, that would be very frustrating because it's impacting the flow of my work and what I had planned to get done. So I would have a conversation with the homeowner and it's very messy, it sounds like, but I don't know. I can't definitely answer that question. Like it's not black and white because I would have to assess what was done. How do we fix it? Like if you've already paid in X amount of time, X amount of dollars, and I still have to pay X amount of dollars. So it would need to be talked about to figure out how much of it was done and how much was paid and how it impacts what I was going to pay then and how much of it I still need to get done.
Okay, thanks. No further questions, Judge.
All right, Mr. Haidari.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Sion, I wanted just a few areas. One is I want to talk a little bit about, we've talked a lot about the water damage. I just want to show a couple of videos and see if he's going through your assessments of what you testified about. The second is I want to talk a little bit about, as a general contractor, what sort of falls under your responsibility.
Sure. And
then the third, we spoke a bit about, or you were questioned a lot about the finishes, builder grade quality, things of that nature. And I want to talk a little bit about whether the issues that we're raising fall within or outside the problem of finishes.
Sure.
And so the first one is you testified that you saw some videos regarding water intrusion. And I just want to highlight for the court if these are the videos that we were referring to. Oh, could we go to 167? You can mute it. And just from your experience as a contractor, if you pressed on some wall like that and it just sort of breaks or goes in, is that typical?
No, I was trying to explain this, like drywall is almost like a sponge. It holds onto the water and over time it's mud. So it weakens the drywall. So being able to push it in is an indicator of water damage, and it's gone very loose and it can easily be pushed in like that.
Or that guy has really, really strong forearms. We don't know. Okay. They're covered up by that jacket. We don't know.
And you were talking a bit about watching some leaks from the roof. Is this one of
Right,
the?
so this is what I was trying to reference. So if I see something like this, after the cause of this is addressed, my immediate thing would be, okay, I know it's not a proper thing just to assume. My assumption is that this drywall would need to be removed. Above it needs to be treated with ventilation and everything to dry it properly. But if there is a case that this was a quick thing, this leak happened, then to be safe, I would get a restoration or remediation company come through, assess the level of moisture that exists within the wall to give us an educated answer that, okay, all of this portion needs to be removed, this portion is still dry. So that's what I would have done. So those are the two approaches that I would go when I see something like this.
Much was said about, the quality of materials, whether they're builder grade or higher quality, things of that nature. I'm just going to go through a few issues, and I want you to tell me whether these are sort of design issues that you would expect that would have been basically taken care of as part of the design process, or if this is a finish issue. So for instance, the fact that the vehicles won't fit in the garage, would that have been a design?
That's an architectural thing. That's a design element, in my opinion.
The fact that the stairs are not uniform, or there's different height stairs, would that be a?
I think that's the workmanship of the framer, because there could be instances, although you can do all the design, from my experience, decisions will still need to be made on job site. So if something like that was noticed, I think the framing crew or foreman would have brought it to my attention and it would have been addressed during the framing.
And that would have been under you as a general contractor?
Yes, framing is one of the first steps after the foundation is done. So it would have fallen under my responsibility.
Issues with cracks in the foundation or foundational issues, would that have been a finish issue or a design issue?
Cracks up to 1/2 inch are typical in foundations and in slabs. But when it gets thicker than that, then two reasons. Obviously, the soil underneath it may not be compact as well. So we would have to consult with an expert to let us know, okay, this crack is fine, or certain support system will need to be done to avoid that crack from getting larger.
The functionality of a steam shower and the fact that you can't actually use it based on its placement.
That goes back to design and workmanship of the plumber probably, or the contractor who designed that shower and how it would lay out.
Water management, would that have been a design issue?
Usually, yes. Early on, that's talked about through an arborist and when it's done through site plan.
And much has been said about the garage that is now only going up a slight portion, and there's a giant HVAC in that place. Would that have been something contemplated during the design phase, or?
Not usually, almost always utility rooms are located in the plans where you talk to your mechanical guys, plumbers and electricians, where the electrical panels goes and everything, and you come up with a space that makes the most sense. And It should have been caught very early on in the project, because after the framing is completed, the mechanical guys, plumbers and electricians come through. That's where the electrical panel goes. That's where all the ducts go. So if that was not meant to be a utility room, I think it should have been relocated to a place that's more acceptable to the homeowner and where they want it.
And going with that, would it surprise you to know that the initial plans, in fact, had the utility closet or, elsewhere? And then when it was built, because of various deficiencies, the utility closet was stuck there. Is that?
It happens in the past. I mean, in our projects, yes. Like what the architect plans for where the utility room to be. Sometimes as we start working, it doesn't flow properly. So it can be relocated, but it's usually talked about with the homeowner, because for our project, you want to make sure the homeowner is comfortable where the utility closet goes, where the HVAC system is, where the water heaters go, where the electrical panel is. So usually I partner with the homeowner to come up with a place that works best for everyone.
And final question, if this was your project, would you feel satisfied with what you saw?
No, because of the major things. So because of the height of the garage, and if I had that vehicle and I build it around it, I want to be able to park my vehicle comfortably. And there's a handful of other issues that we've discussed. No, it would leave a bitter taste in my mouth walking away from it this way.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right,
Just a few and I'm done.
okay.
Hey, just real quickly, the cracks that you're talking about, what, did you measure any cracks and find? Okay, did you find any displacement? You know what displacement is, right?
I did not look at
Okay.
any of foundational or slab.
All right, you're aware of any issues with the HVAC system functioning properly?
I'm not aware of it.
You're aware that the homeowner was working with the designer and changed the floor plans and that led to where the location of the HVAC is in that utility room?
I did not.
All right. Where else did you make a determination as where else the HVAC unit would have gone?
We didn't come up with
Okay.
new location.
All right, would you be willing to, he just asked you about your opinion. Of course, you'd be very disappointed, it sounds like. But would you be willing to spend $440,000 to redo everything to get what you wanted?
Out of my own pocket? No.
Okay, all right, thank you. No further questions.
All right. Thank you, sir, for coming for a third day. You are free to go.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Oldham, give me your forecast for the rest of our collective day.
All I'm gonna do is put Mr. Ghouchani on the stand, Judge. My part of it shouldn't take more than a half hour probably,
Okay.
something like that. I don't know what Cross will do, but.
They'll do what they do. I'm asking you, though, you have one more witness. It's the direct of your client,
Yes.
and you don't think that's going to take all that long?
I do not believe it would. I think it should be pretty succinct, Judge.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Haydari, do you plan on having rebuttal, or it depends on what happens with Mr. Ghouchani?
It depends on what happens. I probably have plaintiff up for a few questions. And with that in mind, I do have probably one rebuttal witness, depending on what testimony looks like. And if it would be permissible, the Q&A would only be very short, if possible. I'd like to.
So what would be fairly short?
My questioning.
Okay.
If it would be agreeable, rather than have him come and wait here, I'd like to have him appear over Zoom.
Well, you can talk to Mr. Oldham about that. It may matter to him who that person is, so you can discuss that over the lunch break. I'm fine with that, but that's everyone needs to agree. And we'll see also what time it is. We'll need to get through the direct and cross of Mr. Ghouchani before we decide, do we go further today, or do we need a fourth day to have you put up your rebuttal case?
Thank you.
Okay. It's about 12:40. The clock on the computer is fast. The clock on the wall is slow. So I'm gonna call it 12:40. Can you guys be back by 1:30? Is that too soon? Let's do 1:30. You can be at ease until then. I just need to add a case citation. So it's gonna take about 3 minutes, and I'll come out here with a signed copy of the order for you. Appreciate your patience.
And Judge, when can we get back in this room?
I don't plan on locking it. You can talk with the deputy whether he's gonna lock it or not.
Yeah. Okay, so we maybe just 10 minutes. I mean, we can get back 5 minutes before it's back. That's cool. Just whenever you get back, I'll take that. So.
All right, I'll see you guys then.
Thanks, Judge.
I put on my.
School, how did those stupid saw blades actually cut through?
Without destroying his car. I loved it. Or how did the little treads allow him to drive up a 90-degree angle?
Yeah.
That's the magic of Speed Racer.
Quite a driver,
Yep. And the Mach 5 was quite a car.
no doubt.
All right. We're back. Hopefully you all had some lunch, and Mr. Oldham, your chance to call your next witness.
What do you call it, stand, Mr. Ghouchani?
Come on up, sir.
You swear affirm testimony you're gonna give to this court the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you. So spell and state your first and last name.
Farrokh Ghouchani, Farrokh, last name Ghouchani.
And Mr. Ghouchani, what's the name you commonly go by, first name?
Frankie.
And so you're here as a defendant in this action, both with respect to yourself personally, individually, and with respect to your company, Ghouchani Homes.
Yes, sir.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a contractor, so I renovate homes, build homes, do custom renovations, do rental property, and do some flips.
So what sort of experience do you have as in the contracting business?
I started in '98 working for my uncle. And then after I graduated high school, I worked for him full time until about 2002. Started as just helper in my teens, and then became his project manager for new construction homes and subdivisions he built in DeKalb County.
Who's your uncle?
Fred Milani Homes.
And so what sort of homes did your uncle build? How long was he in business for a while?
Yeah, he just recently retired, so he built for 30 years.
And what sort of price range?
So in the 90s, new homes that were 450,000 were high end, but those same homes became 2 million plus later on as prices went up and homes became larger.
And so what sort of, I mean, do you actually have the experience with the hammer and nails, so to speak?
Yeah, so I started, again, when I first started in high school, I was cleaning the new construction homes. From there, I went and worked with his framer, learning how to do framing, building decks. And from there, I went and worked with his trim guy, installing trim, crown molding, baseboards, interior doors, exterior doors. Then from there, I went and worked with his tile guy, installing tile. Had a little bit over a year. And then I became his punch out guy. When homes are getting done, there's a list of detailed punch out lists that you got to do. So I would do the punch out or manage the projects until 2001. After 9/11, things slowed down. So he stopped building for a little bit. And I started my own company doing all the renovations by myself at first, and then got a helper, and little by little got a little bit more busy, got more projects, and it turned more into project managing projects and coordinating jobs from beginning to end.
You have any experience with flooring? I don't think, no, you
Yes,
mentioned
my
that.
dad did hardwood flooring growing up, so I did a lot of hardwood floor installation, hardwood floor refinishing, repairing and whatnot.
And how many, so what sort of price range do you work in, or what's a typical Ghouchani Homes undertaking?
New construction or renovations?
Tell us.
Okay, so new construction I've built in 2016 was mid 400. And I've also built homes with other general contractors as their side builder. Homes over 1.5 million. Renovations I've done, custom renovations up to about $800,000 custom renovation work with clients who have designers and, you know, not really a budget to deal with.
Now you've done a lot of different things. Are you a licensed builder?
I'm not.
And so what is the significance of that to you? That you
Learning from this case, I've lost a lot because it did not allow me to go after the client that I'm in this case with for money owed for, you know, project that I was owed on for work that I completed.
If you're not licensed, you're not able to do that?
No, when I first met Mr. Oldham, it was for this situation. I came to him and said, hey, I got a situation where I'm in the hole over 100,000. Client, I finished all this stuff for him. Doesn't want to pay me, hasn't paid me. Here's some evidence of all this. First question out of Mr. Oldham was, are you licensed? I said, I am not. He said, did you or one of your builders get the permit for this project? I said, no, the homeowner did. He said, you can't go after him for that. So since then, I'm working on getting my license for residential and light commercial.
Yeah, so actually, Judge, there's a case that I'll cite for you, LFR Investments versus Van Zant, that even if the principal of an entity is licensed, is actually a licensed builder, but the entity itself does not have a license, and the entity itself entered into the contract, the entity that nobody can recover on the contract. This is some really pretty egregious law, and I had the case and lost it. But I was not the one that, I know, I should have, if I'd have known Mr. Hidari, that would have been much better.
Yep.
But hopefully that it'll change at some point. But that is the problem, that if you operate without a license, you don't have, there's a public policy reason you cannot enforce your contracts.
Huh.
Even quantum merit or anything else, it doesn't matter. You have no legal or equitable rights to recover.
Okay.
And
I would not have guessed that.
It's
unless you represented yourself to be licensed, and then there's fraud in the inducement and all that.
Correct.
But if it's just simply, hey, I'll build this house for you. You need to get the permits. I'm not licensed. Here's our contract, $100,000. And you build it and it costs $100,000. The other side can say, I'm not going to pay you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
There's nothing you can do about it. It's really, I mean, it's a shameful way that but I mean, it was designed to protect consumers.
Mm-hmm.
So I get it, but you know, you have all kind of situations. I mean, the whole idea is you want a licensed person to be working.
Right.
You got somebody that's qualified enough to be licensed. I mean, you have people that were just building and got grandfathered in without any skills.
Yeah.
But you did, the moral to the story is you have to have a license if you're going to be able to enforce your own contractual rights.
Okay.
So it leaves you in a position where the only thing you can do is try to get out of liability that you otherwise might have, right?
Yeah, so at that point, I just cut my losses and said, lesson learned, change my contract formats, and the way I conduct business until I get my license.
Now, did you have discussions with Mr. Jimenez about pulling the permit, I mean, you do actually have a licensed option, correct?
I do.
Okay.
There's a fee for a licensed option that would bring in my cousin who pulls the actual permit and would do his own inspections, but there is a fee for that, and I would manage the project.
And what it ends up doing is increasing the cost of whatever you got to quote to the client, but at least you can collect. That's what you didn't realize at the time.
But I didn't know.
Right. Tough lesson to learn. So in this particular situation, what were the discussions you had with Mr. Jimenez about pulling permits and about this whole licensing issue?
So I met, can I call him Surrey?
Yes.
I met Surrey through my sister-in-law. She's also an attorney. I met him at her Christmas party And he wanted to do an addition. Family is growing. He has a smaller house. He doesn't want to leave his area. And we talked about doing an addition briefly. And from there, we started communicating about setting up an appointment for me to come on site. Came on site a few times. I don't remember how many times. And it was smooth. It was easy. I like to interview my clients myself. It's not only them interviewing me, because it becomes a relationship. And it's a long relationship when you do bigger projects. So you're dealing with clients' emotions, clients' ideas, and also your ideas and what's realistic. So we talked about some realistic things. The addition to the back of the house is much larger than the home. So I talked about budget and what it can go to. At the time, he told me he had a budget of under 300,000. So that was kind of what our initial conversation was. Went back, came back with some numbers to meet that based off of some allowances that I made on the contract for him. It was, I felt comfortable at the time because of his relationship with, or friendship with, my sister-in-law, and also, seemed to be a nice person, wife very nice, family very nice. So I felt comfortable moving forward. And then I introduced him to Darius, who does design work. I don't do any design work. I don't do any site plans. So homeowners or designers either bring the architectural plans to me and we build it based off that. Darius provides a cheaper version for clients under, some budgets, and I introduced him. He had the option to use them, didn't have to use them. He had some ideas. So him and Darius got together about the plans, where the house should go, how it should, there's some setback issues, right?
What were those setback issues?
On the side of the house, there's a setback, and the way the house goes back, it hits that corner. So especially where the Sprinter garage is, right? So you can't really bring it forward. You don't have a radius to turn into the garage. So they maximized whatever they could build on there. And so we went according to those plans. Once I got the plans, I think they made, 20 revisions initially, back and forth, and then got a set of plans. Darius helped Surrey with the application or whatever for the permitting. Surrey went and got the permit under a homeowner permit. And then we started the project. We started with the footing, passed the footing inspection. I do want to say this, I passed every single inspection while I was there by the city. We passed the footing inspection, poured the slab, and then we started framing.
And the slab you're talking about, that was a slab for the garage, right?
Yes, sir.
That everything else was built on. Now, let me just ask you this. There's been some discussion about the fact that I think Mr. Sayari was talking about, he saw some plans initially that showed the elevation of the garage being at the same elevation as the basement.
Yeah, so I think Darius made a mistake when he initially made the plans and had them at the basement level. It's just not buildable like that, right?
What would that have required if it was actually at the basement level?
You would have to dig out the area you're going to do the addition. You'd have to dig it down approximately, I would say, 6-7 feet down. Then you have to pour a wall, right? And then you can't even get a driveway down there. The steep goes from here. I mean, it's not an option to build. It would cause a lot of issues with erosion, water management. Sorry, actually, he caught that, and he's like, "Hey, this is not supposed to be like this. I want it level with the back. I want the stairs to go to the basement." And then we started framing it the way it's supposed to be, right? Started with the framing aspect of it. No issues when we first started with the framing. There was a post per the approved plans in the garage where sometimes when you have a lot of weight carrying, you have to put a 6x6 post or a steel post in the middle where cars can go on either side, right? It's not in the middle where a car can't park. So the plans had that on there. And Surrey didn't like that. I don't blame him. That's kind of annoying. I have one of those in my garage right now. Every time I have a car park on this side and that side, I see that post. I'm like, I wish I put a steel beam. But that would mean I would have to bring my garage level down a little bit lower. So I introduced him to a guy who does steel work, and we had the engineering done, and they put an I-beam. So the I-beam actually brings it down a little bit lower, but there's no post in the middle. And that was something that Surrey paid for. It was approved, it was done, and we continue to move forward. Started with the framing. I will say this.
Let me ask you this first on the contract
Mhm.
itself. So did you have a signed contract with I'll just call him Surrey too, since you're calling, is that okay? I think it's fine. Sure. Okay. So did you have a signed contract with Surrey?
Yes.
All right. And what was that signed contract?
The initial contract was 276,000.
You recall how you came up with you talked about a budget that he had,
I
then
did number one, his budget, number two, square footage of what I can do per budget, knowing that it's not gonna be a custom high-end build. And number three, I did give him, as Solar would vouch, I did give him a really good rate. We talked about doing, him doing some investments, in like construction or whatever. I work only on referrals. I don't do any advertising. So Sheila referred him and I felt comfortable with it. I didn't think I would have an issue. I think I would be appreciated for, kind of taking care of them. And so I came up with that budget based off of those.
so what was your estimated, you do it by the square foot to do a thumbnail, right?
Yep.
And so what was you remember what you estimated?
2019, I believe I'm about $108 a square feet.
Mhm.
And
A square foot, not a square feet.
excuse me.
Okay.
And $70 per square foot for garage spaces that don't need HVAC, flooring, plumbing.
Okay. Now what about, there's been some talk here about some confusion, at least about a garage, about a third garage or some garage. What can you explain to the court about that?
76 did not have the Sprinter. You were trying to figure out what the name of that garage is. He was having a Sprinter van built, customized. It was never on site. I think I might have saw in the very beginning, but then it was off being customized. So it was never on site. I got the measurements for the framing to be done. Initially with 2x4 framing per plans that were approved. And once we started framing, Surrey asked if we can beef up the framing. I talked to him about.
When you say beef up the framing, what do you mean?
Instead of 2x6 walls, 2x4 walls, studs, 2x6, right?
Okay.
Not thinking that might impact possibly the Sprinter size, right? If you're taking away 2 inches on each side, that's 4 inches. If every inch matters, which I didn't know at the time, we would have taken that into consideration. Number two, we didn't have room with the setbacks to really play with that much. And I didn't have the van on site.
Well, let me ask you this. You've seen the pictures of the van that doesn't fit in the garage. Would the 4 inches have really even made any difference? It looks like it's out about 1.5 feet.
It wouldn't. It would need comfortably 3 feet. And that would encroach in the setback on the side, which would mean you need to get a variance, and I'm dealing with a variance issue right now on the lot. It's a long procedure.
Right. And so there were limitations on what you could actually build there. Did you ever actually have that discussion with Surrey?
As far as what?
I mean, it's like, look, we can only make it this far. It may not fit. I mean,
Him and Darius dealt with the plans, so I'm sure he related some specs. That's why they came up with that.
Mhm.
He did go over the opening of the garage doors with me. I do remember that. Like he said, the height of the garage doors for the Sprinter van to enter and come out. A different person installed the garage doors, but we did go over the framing part of that.
Okay. And so you had this initial contract, $276,000. Did you give them a breakdown of what the charges were gonna be for everything?
No, I did not.
Okay, and was there a reason that you didn't?
Typically, I work on budget, per budget or per square foot.
Right.
And at the time when I gave him the initial scope of work or contract, he talked about the possibility of doing the side Sprinter garage.
Okay, and so did y'all end up, so you started out at 276, that is, I don't think I need to necessarily show you this, I'm just gonna reference it for the court's reference. That was a defendant's exhibit 18, well, I guess we can, Judge, I think what we agreed to, and I'm not, you can correct me if I'm wrong, all the exhibits that we provided, nobody's got an objection to any of those exhibits, right? I know we've gone through a lot of your exhibits and you have some of this contract stuff, but do you want me to, I can go through introducing my exhibits if need be. It's just like that, yeah. There's like that in this, it's some, you can get some of the same stuff I've got a reference. So. All right, hey, Mr. Ghouchani, so while I'm looking for this, just go ahead and explain, all right, so you started working on the property, what was going on while you were working on the property? Do you ever have discussions with Surrey about changes?
Initially, no. That's why I put allowances so he can look at his options based on the budget and the final price. I didn't talk about the finishes because we were just in the beginning stages of pouring the slab, doing the framing. We started with the framing, the garage first, and then we went to the first floor and the second floor. Later on, Surrey wanted to add a loft above his master bedroom, and I gave him a quote for that separately.
All right, so there came a time after you did this original estimate, you entered into the agreement, and that's I think defendants. I'm going to tell you it's defendants 18, and you can look at it if you got any objections to it. Just let me know.
You mind just putting it up?
No, I can do that. I will do this that way. Okay, all right. So anyway, when you made changes to the contract, so y'all had an agreement originally for 276, thereabouts. When you made changes to the contract, how did you document those changes?
I had a separate contract for the Sprinter van and a separate contract for the loft above the master bedroom.
Okay, now when you say you had a separate contract, you actually quoted a charge for that, and was it your understanding that those charges were agreed to?
Yes, they were.
And you heard Surrey testify, and it sounds like there was at least about $370,000 worth of items that y'all agreed on?
On what we agreed on, yes.
Right, okay. So whether you would somehow document it, but whether you got it signed in advance or whatever, y'all were working back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
You also had a draw schedule, didn't you, under your contract? And did Surrey comply with that draw schedule?
Initially, yes. He gave me a deposit early on. And then after the first few payments, once we got started, it became more draws to his convenience, whether it was sending it through Venmo or a Cash App or come get 5,000 today. It didn't go with the initial contract.
Okay.
At all. I was willing to work with it, based on trust factor and not really seeing any issues with the project at the time.
Okay.
What was you said there were two, you called them contracts. I don't know what they look like, but beyond the original 276,000, one for the Sprinter garage and one for
The loft above the master
loft. Thank you.
Yeah, Judge, I'm actually I'll show you all that. All right, so I'm gonna show you, Mr. Ghouchani, what's been marked as defendants 18. I think we've seen this before, but I'm gonna go ahead and show it as defendants 18. Judge, if it's a duplicate of some other, I apologize, but so we're talking about the same thing. All right, so this was a, you see this document that says estimate?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Here, let me get rid of this. Okay, so we got an estimate. This is dated 3/19/2020. And it's got a whole bunch of detail in it. Right, so it looks similar to what we saw out of Mr. Sayari. No breakdown, but there is detail. What you're going to be doing is a good bit of detail as far as what that goes. If you compared the two estimates, you might see more detail in this than you saw in Mr. Sayari's, right? Like interior walls for 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, blah, 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 closets, hallways. So you kind of were, this is based on the plans and this is the scope of work that was going to be done, the initial scope of work. And it was all going to be done for a contract price of $276,000, correct?
Yes.
So, and this is what y'all signed, right? I mean, do you, I think we've actually seen a signed version of this, but I don't think there's any dispute, but that this is the initial contract.
I'm just gonna object that it's a little too leading.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can do it the hard way. It's fine. All right.
Just do it the right way.
Thank you, Judge. That's actually, look, Mr. Appellate, I got it. You're right. And look at the notes on this, on your contract. What did the notes say?
It talks about the homeowner pulling the permit under his name. It talks about that this quote does not include the oversized garage, which is the Sprinter garage.
Mm-hmm.
And then it talks about the price for the Sprinter garage and the scope of work for the Sprinter garage.
Okay, and then there's also a discussion at the very bottom about the garage door, the opener.
Yeah, not being priced.
So those weren't priced. So it was understood that those were gonna be coming later. So at that point in time, the contract was the 270s. Well, what was the contract at that point in time? On day one, it was 276. Okay. So that's defendants 18. I've moved to admit defendants 18. Your Honor.
Any objection to defendants 18?
No, Your Honor.
It's in.
All right, let me now, shoot. I got to get better. Okay, I'm gonna now show you what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 19. I got too many dang things open. I tell you what, all right, Mr. Ghouchani, so you actually agreed to the 276, then you agreed to some additions, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what do you recall what some of those additions were that you agreed to?
The Sprinter garage and later on the loft above the master bedroom.
Okay, and so do you recall, what was the discussion regarding the loft?
So he just wanted a small space above his master bedroom as an office. Initially, he was fine with even having like a ladder system to get up there. Later on, he had a spiral staircase, which he paid for himself, built for the loft upstairs.
Okay, and then what were there other changes that you recall, the other increases or additions to the contract that you recall?
So not really on my end, it was more so increases as in I had a price for asphalt shingles, which go back to what Mr. Solar was saying, it's actually 100 square feet per square, not 30 square feet per square.
Okay.
And it's 3 bundles per square for roofing. So I was supposed to put asphalt shingles.
That was baked into your price.
Yep, for
Right.
the addition. And he asked me to give him a quote for metal roofing. So I had a conversation with him. I told him how much metal roofing would be. And this is one of several times, again, I show up to the job site, he's already ordered the metal roofing. And my roofer is up there putting up metal roofing that, you know, he paid for. That was also done at several different points through the project. So that was an addition. There were some changes, a lot of changes that were made by his design after the initial plans, which caused him and Darius to get together again and redo the plans. So the loft, because the loft was added, they had to change the plans. The second floor where the middle bathroom is, those plans on that bathroom were changed. I believe the HVAC room was supposed to be on that floor, and because of the size difference for that bathroom on that second floor, decided to move the HVAC to the downstairs behind the garage. We had a conversation about having that small little garage door that we keep talking about that goes into the HVAC room. And he wanted to have a garage door because he's got motorcycles and whatnot to be able to pull into it. Never did we talk about, oh, a garage door is going to look funny. It wasn't even my plan to have a garage door. Again, I didn't do any of the plans. I just went by the plans. And, you know, everybody knew you can't have a driveway back there because we were already taking up a lot of room for what the lot size was.
All right, well, so, and what other types of changes or accommodations you recall that you ended up needing to
So
make?
stuff that I ended up charging for, I sent a fourth estimate after stuff was done. So during framing, he wanted to beef up, and what I mean by beef up, the floor joists. I believe they were 2x10 floor joists. He asked me to beef them up. I think we did 2x12. We had several conversations about, hey, lumber, you know, there's going to be a difference in lumber costs. There's going to be a difference in the siding going up. There's going to be a difference in electrical. He had more outlets that is per code or what I estimated. Even as far as plumbing goes, initially on my contract, I didn't have anything about a steam room. He dealt with my plumber on that steam room that keeps coming up again. I didn't have any input on the steam room. I didn't pay my plumber for the steam room. He paid him for it. He wanted the steam room put in. I believe at one point, if I remember correctly, he had it moved because it was in a place, the actual steam unit was in a place in his closet that he didn't like, so he had it moved. So I didn't involve myself in that steam room section either. So I sent him a final invoice once I was off the job.
Let's talk first. We got exhibit 19 now. I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 19. And this is it was generated. How do you generate these quotes, by the way?
If it's new build per square feet.
Okay, but it would, I mean, would you use a system or you just throw it in a spreadsheet? What do? You actually have some software?
So for new construction, typically I leave about, for a normal client, 20% profit margin. So based off of that, we get pricing for what it is that year and put our profit margin on. In this situation, I charged 10% or less, or maybe a little more, something like that. I know it was heavily discounted.
Okay, but answer me this, on the quoting system you use, you see this quote, this is an estimate that's prepared, right? Do you use some software to generate this estimate?
No.
You have it, what do you do? Is it in a spreadsheet?
So I typically go by the material that I need to use to get pricing on it.
Right.
And having experience for so many years on, you know, in construction, there's a per square foot base price on building.
I got you. I think you're missing what I'm asking you. And I'm not asking you very well. I see something called estimate, Ghouchani Homes LLC. This is exhibit 19. It's got description.
Mhm.
How is, what software is used to generate this document? Is it in a Excel spreadsheet? Is it a Word document? Is it, in other words, where does all this detail come from? Do you?
From measurements on the job site, from
Okay, I'm not
notes that I
looking-
take.
It's a simpler question. than
Okay.
that. I'm asking you, architectural design and plans, is that in an Excel spreadsheet?
No,
Okay, yeah, I mean. when
See,
you
there's
generate-
detail under each of these headings. So there are 7 things listed under architectural design and plans. Were you sitting in front of a word processor typing those words in? Or is there a spreadsheet that pulls that in? Not the dimensions, not the, is it 16 of them or 14 of them or $11 per square foot? But what we see on the screen right here, those words, do those come, because for footing, you can see it on the screen, did you type in dig footing for garage and 2 floors above? And you do that in Microsoft Word?
Yeah.
Or there's some
no.
contractor? Okay,
Okay, cool. I think I was making it a lot more complicated than it is. So you got your scope of work. So when you did this estimate
Okay.
and you get to the bottom of it, this is gonna include some additional charges that y'all had discussed, okay? So you got the $276,000 that was in Defendant's ATIC, correct? That's 276. That was your original estimate. Then you have extra work, 26,148. You have that detail under extra work
Yes,
and the charges for that.
yes,
Are those all amounts that y'all agreed to?
yes,
Okay, and then you have Sprinter Garage, and you have some detail on that, and it's $29,000. Did you guys also agree to that? So at the point in time that you were moving forward with the Sprinter Garage, this didn't include the loft, right? This included the Sprinter Garage and some of this other detail that's shown on Exhibit 19, special example, gas in the windows. What does that mean?
So it's just for better insulation. And you know, that's an upgrade in windows. And this is some of the stuff that Suri and I spoke about, some stuff that he wanted done, and the additional work you were talking about. This is a list of the additional work that him and I agreed on. It does not reflect on any of the additional work that I did, that he did tell me he would pay me for, but did not.
Okay,
And it's not
understood.
quoted
But so at this point in time, at least, y'all now, your contract had gone from 276 to now 331,000.
Yes, sir.
331,148. All right, I moved to admit Defendant's 19, Judge.
any objection to defendants 19?
No objection in D19.
All right, admitted.
All right, so this didn't end with what y'all agreed to do, did it?
No.
Okay, so what did you then agree to do? You talked about other things that you agreed to do that were part of your contract, so.
So the loft was another major, build above the master bedroom.
Okay, and that loft was because it was, what was, is that where, we've seen video
Spiral
before with
staircases that goes to the loft in the master bedroom.
and all the sheetrock that was like in that area?
Yes.
And so were you, Mr. Ghouchani, were you on the job site ever?
Yes.
How often?
When I had work going on there, when we had material going on, a lot of it happened kind of when COVID happened. So there were delays on materials. There was delays on ordering upgrade materials. There was delays on even getting subs out there at times. But when we had work going on, I was there managing the project. I don't stay at a project 8 hours a day. I got several projects that I got going on. So I got a list for the day. I go by that list, send my crew the scope of work that they need to do.
All right, I'm now going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 22. And I know there's a better way that I'm doing this, so you don't have to stop the share and redo the share, but that's guess what I'm going to have to do. All right, let me reshare this, sorry. All right, this is Defendant's Exhibit 22. Do you recognize this?
Yes, scroll down, please.
Yeah, and you see the date on it, 11/5/2021.
Yes.
And now this includes the loft, correct?
Yes,
An extra $30,000. And was that part of what you had agreed to?
yes,
That's it. And so, and is that something that you actually discussed with Surrey?
yes, this is something that he wanted done.
Okay, and it's something that Surrey confirmed his understanding that that's what y'all were doing. So at
Yes.
this point in time, you're now at $361,000, correct?
Yes,
Or thereabouts. All right, now, after this, there were other requests that were made of you, were there not?
yes,
That increased the price even more to get up to what Mr. Sayari saw when he was there looking at the finishes, right?
yes.
And so what do you recall those things be?
Framing was part of it. I think plumbing was on there. The invoice is up if you can
I'm getting ready to
refresh my
get to it.
memory
I'll go
on
to D21.
explain it.
All right, so hey, I go ahead and tender D22, Judge.
Any objection to D22?
No objection to D22 either.
Admitted.
All right, now we're gonna go to D, this is what's been marked as D21. Get that in just a sec. All right, can you identify what this is? No, that's hard to identify without me scrolling through it. All right, explain to the court
Yes.
what this is.
So this was a lot of the framing changes that we took on after the initial contract. It has framing, everything from the fireplace and the deck, the windows that were changed, the box for the new window designs.
Explain that, what are you talking about, the box for the new window
So the
design?
original plan had a different window framing system, which was on the wall, and then Surrey wanted it to kind of pop out and have a bench inside the rooms. And he had those done on the garage side with, I believe, Darius when they updated it. And I agreed to do that. And he went behind my back and dealt with my framer while I'm still on site to do another room, the same box again in the other room without my knowledge. And so there are these pop outs where if you look at the house, that's what the 3-box windows is.
And what about master fireplace and?
Yeah, I
Fireplace,
didn't
right?
have a fireplace at the time. In the original plans, he wanted to put a fireplace in the master bedroom. He wanted to put a fireplace on the deck in the master bedroom. The loft utility, we had to close it in. Things would be framed one way, and then on site, Siri would have us come and change it, which is sometimes it's common, but it was just too much in this case to make so many changes daily. When you're framing, you get stuck in this kind of downward cycle of framing and then changing it, framing it and then changing it. And so a lot of that happened from the beginning to finally finishing the framing.
How would you keep track of the cost to you if Mr. Chada was speaking directly to your framer and saying, hey, I want you to create these box windows, or one of the examples you gave? Does your framer tell you at the end of the day, hey, boss, we were doing the wall this way, but then the customer said, do it a different way. I don't want to tell them no, but that took more lumber or took 3 hours longer, or how do you keep track of that?
Unfortunately, no. It's a rare situation because this is just my opinion. Surrey being of Spanish descent, most of the workers that come there are Spanish. And the feedback I got to a lot of them was, hey, if you get in any kind of legal trouble, come to me, I'll take care of you. And so he was able to favor them a little bit to do some things, even though like my roofer, he's worked for me for 20 years. And I've never had him work like on my job site for a customer when he's supposed to do a job for me. And so a lot of that happened with too many of the guys. It happened with the electrician, it happened with the plumber, it happened with, it's just not common practice. Going back, I should have stopped right away.
Okay, I mean, you say it's not common practice. It could be Mr. Chada didn't know it was,
I
maybe
told
he,
him several times, and it's documented, to please contact me if you want any extra work done.
don't go through.
Don't go through my work.
Okay.
And it didn't stop.
All right, just go down, look down the rest of this list here. These are things that a total of $41,000 worth of framing changes, it looks like.
So basically, the whole structure was, instead of 2x4 studs on the exterior and even interior, became 2x6. Instead of 2x10 floor joists, they became 2x12 and LVLs. And then there's also a lot of extra window openings that were done. There is utility closets that was done. A lot of details in the framing that was done. And so the platform for the second bathroom, for example, second bathroom was not even supposed to be the way it is now. It was completely reframed and done different than what the initial plans were.
All right, now let's talk about we've had some discussion. One of the things I think Mr. Sayori was advocating tearing down this whole addition had to do with the way the stairs are. What do you know about the way the stairs connected from the old house into the addition?
So the stairs were supposed to be at a different location initially. And him and the framer that he became close with, again, moved the staircase to a different location, which ultimately, okay, it made sense, but I was not informed. Darius was not informed as far as the designing goes. And so stairs are supposed to be no more than, I believe, 7 1/4 risers. So if you go less, it's fine. There are 7 1/4. The landing that has to meet to the house is not 7 1/4. That's not against code. It can be less, it just can't be more. So that was to meet the landing that goes into the existing home and for it to make sense to come all the way down to the addition structure. So there's nothing that's not pro code about that staircase. But again, I will say this, it gets very sloppy when the homeowner starts making changes, being the general contractor, bringing material on site, and losing respect for the person they hired to do the project, especially when there was no evidence or signs of that person not being qualified to do the project. Again, every single inspection that was done was passed under my duty.
All right, so there was a $46,000. Then we have some other charges here, siding. This was the changes for the box windows and that.
Yeah, we had to change the siding for those.
Same thing with the drywall.
Yep.
What about the paint?
Same thing. More windows, more siding, more drywall. So the HVAC, that's the one that got moved because of the changes in the floor plan.
Okay, so all in all, this was a total of $61,900 more worth of work. Correct? But now, did y'all ever agree to this work?
We agreed to the work, we never agreed on the price.
Okay, never agreed on the.
So it was daily. So, you know, the way I typically do it is I'll stop the project, I'll write a change order, have the homeowner sign off on it and move on. This was like go. Change this, okay, change that, okay, move this, add that. So that's my error. That's where, you know, I ultimately am paying for and have learned from.
All right, what was going on about the time that you generated this? Around, what was happening around November of 2021? You recall you and Mr. Chada, how was y'all's relationship at that point in time?
At what stage of the work is this?
Well, this is right at the end. So, right.
So, my sister-in-law got involved.
Why did your sister-in-law get involved? Well, what was the issue?
So he didn't want to pay per the draw format, so he changed the draw format, and I agreed to it.
When you say the format, meaning the schedule, as in it was supposed to be May 1 and he wants to pay on April 1 or July 1, not that he's paying you in Bitcoin, but it said, no, it has to be Venmo.
Well, and isn't it true, Mr. Ghouchani, that actually I think it's under D18 that there's a draw schedule with a certain percentage at various stages of completion? And so just for the court's edification, when you got to the point of having sheetrock finished, what was the?
I think it was maybe 20% left, but he's paid at that point less than half.
And what particular draw were you supposed to get paid when you hung the sheetrock?
So with the new schedule, once drywall was hung and inspection passed on drywall, it was a $50,000 draw that I was supposed to collect.
Okay, and did you ever get paid that draw?
No.
And did that have anything to do with the fact that why you left the project?
Absolutely.
And why was that?
Because I did not get paid, and I did not trust moving forward with everything else that took place at the job.
Okay, and so then you said it was that at the point in time when your sister-in-law got involved?
No, she got involved a couple times. She got involved, I think, when the draw format was changed to the new one that was still did not get satisfied. And once I left after not getting the drywall payment, Surrey came to me and said, if you want to get paid, or I don't know in what term, but he wanted an exact breakdown on everything that was done and that I was going to do. And at that point, I even sent him my other contracts. I said, I don't do exact breakdowns. We did this per budget. You agreed to it. And he took my permit box to my sister-in-law's office, told her not to have me come back, and I believe that's when he said he got an attorney.
All right, so at that point you were off the project.
Yes.
Then okay. Now,
well, which came first? I'm hearing you describe, you is my word, not yours. You abandoned the project because you weren't getting paid. Look, we delayed the draw. You're still not paying me, so I quit. But you just described a scenario where Mr. Chada went to your sister-in-law and said, basically, I quit. I just, for whatever reason, he's testified about it. I am ending this relationship. Here's the permit box. Tell your brother-in-law not to come back to my property anymore.
I think
those are two different people breaking up. Who did the breaking up?
So I think, well, several text messages throughout the whole project, he told me I was fired, don't come back, or whatnot. When he didn't pay me for the drywall completion, and I requested for the payment, he was asking for itemizations for everything.
Mm-hmm.
I rejected. And then at that point, I didn't get the payment. And then I believe later on, I spoke to Mr. Oldham about, hey, can I do something about the situation?
but didn't you also receive a notice for this already in evidence, right?
Then,
I'm saying in November.
yeah, and then when
Termination
there's
notice.
nothing I can do to go after my money, I was like, all right, whatever, cut my losses. This was a nightmare. I lost a lot of money from the project, not doing other projects. And I was just ready to move on and just learn from this project. And so later on, he took my permit box and everything else to my sister-in-law's office, told her that he got an attorney for me not to come back. And then here we are.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the water down. I don't want to call it flooding, but I mean, there was some flooding on the property. Did that flooding occur at any time
So
that Ghouchani Homes was on the property?
that I was working on that project, there was never flooding from the driveway street into that basement. Never. The whole time I was working there. The leaks happened when the connection was happening from the old house to the new house. We tried to tarp it several times. There were some huge storms during that time. It was just bad timing. The video they showed earlier today with the leak going into the basement, we replaced that
You replaced what?
drywall
Okay.
in the basement.
In the ceiling?
Yes, sir. Every single time Surrey had a demand, I never said no. Every
The
single time.
video we saw of, you're calling it the basement, looked like the gym, but I guess the
Yes.
gym is in the basement, where basically looks like there's a shower in the
Right.
ceiling.
Yep.
That water coming in, obviously that's not coming from the garage, that's rain, and the addition hasn't connected properly. Okay, and so you accepted responsibility for that water intrusion, and what you're testifying to is, yep, that probably messed up the ceiling. And so guess what? We replaced the ceiling. Okay.
And did you have discussions with Surrey about the other water that was coming into the kitchen and other things that was the,
I actually, I remember at least 2 times going there. One time I went there to address the bathroom and the kitchen leak. And they were at, I believe, one of their kids' sport events, or Surrey wasn't there. His wife said, or he said, do it another time. There was another time that I addressed it. And they said, we'll do it at the end, because his initial plans was, the kitchen is from the 1960s. He wanted to move the kitchen to the front. So his plan was to remove all that anyways. And he said, we'll do that at a later date. I never denied to come and fix drywall.
and all this, when you guys were having these discussions, that was about a year before you were actually off the job, right? It was in December of,
Yeah, less than a year.
yeah, okay. All right, what about there's been some testimony that there was a set of plans, like maybe a set of topographic plans or some other design that was created by Ghouchani Homes that everybody relied on and putting in a driveway that would flood the garage. What do you have to say about that?
I didn't do any plans. I wasn't involved in drawing the plans, doing the engineering, the site plan. I wasn't involved in any of that. However, if I was still on the site to do the driveway, typically, we don't just rely on site plans because we're responsible for it. So my grader would be on site, and we look at the best way to address any kind of water intrusion. And from there, he would grade everything away from the house. We would have channel drains, which I didn't see. It was done by his driveway guy. We would have catch basins, and we'd have water flow out away from the garage. And after all that, we would then pour the concrete or do the pavers.
Do you recall the first time that you actually saw the video of the flooding? Remember when we got the exhibits?
I think it was recently.
Right, and it was,
I didn't even know about it until we started to, like recently.
yeah, you know about the water dripping in, but you never
For sure.
you never saw anything with respect to the basement, Evan.
I didn't know anything about that, and I didn't know anything about the Sprinter van not fitting.
You're not contesting that the Sprinter van
No,
didn't
no.
fit.
It was never addressed.
It just, by the time that became evident, or don't matter when, it didn't fit. But you were already out of the picture. Let me say it differently, I guess. It was never brought to your attention while you were still connected to Mr. Chada through the contract that the garage that was built, not the side door for the motorcycles, was too small for the Sprinter van.
That is correct.
Okay, you learned about it through this litigation.
Yes, sir.
Same with the flooding of the garage and everything lower than that through the driveway.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Ghouchani, you understand that one of the problems that you have here is that the judge has stricken your answer and basically entered a default judgment where all we can talk about is not liability, but damages. Do you want to explain anything about that?
Yeah,
Just-
so
Explain what? I mean, you don't need to explain my ruling. I ruled why I ruled, and you ought to understand why of all the people in the room. But so what's your question?
No, I just think we don't have to go
Okay.
there, okay? I just think he wanted to apologize to the court. He didn't mean any disrespect, and I think that's
okay.
Yeah. But he's gotten this punishment as a result.
Exactly, and we moved past it.
Right, okay, so that's fine. You acknowledge receiving, I think it was testified to by Surrey, but receiving about $287,000
Yes.
in total payments?
Yes.
And do you have any reason to dispute that Mr. Sayari's testimony about what it would cost if somebody else were to come in, and maybe in today's numbers it'd be different, but if somebody else were to come in and you tear this addition down and put everything back just like it is, does $440,000 sound like what it would cost, or you think it would cost even more than that?
Knowing Surrey, it would cost more, knowing the client now, but I don't disagree with Solar's quote on rebuilding that for that amount and build a great price.
Do you know, Mr. Sayari, outside of this case? You haven't encountered his projects?
Never.
Okay.
Coincidentally, we're from the same country.
Okay.
But that doesn't.
But I don't know.
But there are more than two people from that country, so you don't know them.
No, but just to be in
Okay.
this case.
My attorney's from there.
There's three, all right.
From Iran?
Salam.
Salam.
All right, Mr. Ghouchani, did you actually, so when you left the project, there was a certain amount of work that by contract, Ghouchani Homes should have done, right? So
Yeah,
did-
so, go ahead, sorry.
I'm just saying there was, like, there was painting left to be, I mean, there were things that were left to be done. So there was actually, there was going to be a cost involved,
Yes.
right, in doing that. And did you have an occasion to determine what those costs would be based on the contract that you entered into?
Yes, I believe I gave that to you.
And so I'm gonna go ahead, Judge, this is more of we can introduce it as an exhibit because it may help the court just as far as, but it's more of a demonstrative,
Okay, but we don't have a jury here, so I'm all for things that will help with, there are a lot of numbers flying around, and bringing order to those numbers is helpful.
Okay, that's good. And I'm gonna go ahead and do that to assist the court and Mr. Ghouchani explain some things. All right, Mr. Ghouchani, what are we looking at here? This is something that you and I worked on together
We
to try
worked
to.
on with the breakdown on the initial cost, the additions, and what it would take for me to finish the project based on my allowances.
Judge, here's what I'm gonna do. I'll actually email this to everybody, to Your Honor, and okay? Just so that everybody will have it, but let's talk about I'll do that in a minute, okay? I just want to let him sort of go through this. And so, Mr. Ghouchani, we're looking at this page of the exhibit.
Mhm.
And can you explain sort of what this is when you were figuring out your cost to complete?
Yeah, so this is a cost breakdown for each scope of work based on the square footage being worked on.
Okay. Yeah, here, I tell you what, that was having a problem. Judge, here's what I'd like to do. How about if I email it to you and you can print up some copy? I have a printer, but it's not working for.
How many pages is it?
It's not much, only about 4 or 5 pages total.
Okay,
I could do it with Miss Niles and she could just bring it.
she's not here. She is connected virtually, so send it to me. I'll take care of it.
Hold on, I'll do that real quick then. Because it'll be helpful.
While he's doing that, Mr. Ghouchani, the driveway work that was done, we heard a lot of testimony about that. That was done not by one of your subcontractors and not while you were still active on the site. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was the driveway part of one of these contracts we've been looking at?
So Not the entire driveway, because I think from the picture, there's an entire driveway from the street. There's also sidewalk to the front door. But from the point where my addition was gonna start going down, we were responsible for pouring concrete.
But that wouldn't get you all the way up to
No, sir.
whatever the name of the street was, Lake Street, Lake Court. Okay. That would have been, it may have been you were asked to do that, but that would have been just like the Sprinter garage or something else, an additional contract or an add-on. Regardless, you didn't do any of it.
No.
Did your plans, and they may have been not really yours, but Darius's plans, did they map out a driveway all the way to the street, or did they only map out the bit of the driveway for which you were?
Just a bit of the scope of work.
Okay.
Judge, I'm sorry, what's your email address? I apologize. I don't have it.
So it's first name dot last name. It's same as Ms. Niles.
Fulton Code.
Fulton County, GA.
Let me know when you got it, and I'll go through this. I can start going back through it again. Any luck with that, Judge?
Not yet.
Oh, at Fulton County, I forgot the Y on county, sorry. That's actually just a bad eyesight thing.
Okay.
FultonCountyGA.com, correct?
Gov, G-O-V.
That might have been a problem too, Judge. You just get used to these. Okay. All right, Mr. Ghouchani, what I'm going to do, and if council allow me a little latitude, I'll just sort of lead him through this real quick. This is just a summary of everything. So we've gone through, we've got this evidence in, but in column 1, writing 1 here at the top shows the $276,000 original agreement that was in defendant's 18, correct?
Yes.
And then then there's a breakdown of these additional charges that turn out being in writing 2, which is, I think ended up being defendant's 19. I have it here as defendant 26, but just one we've seen where it's got the breakdown where we got to that $331,148 amount, right?
Yes.
Then after adding all that, I think the reason we broke this out different is there was a question maybe about something on the plans, but we hadn't got into that yet. It's not really necessarily that relevant. Then we go to D22, which we've also talked about, which added the loft. And that's where we got to a total of $369,848 that essentially everybody had agreed to.
Yes.
Craig, so far. When we go to D21 and D34, this is that amount that you put together where you said y'all never agreed to the final numbers, right? You put together
$61,900, yes.
Yes, right. And so that'd be the total of $431,748, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, also, you talked about what you did to come up with your pricing, your kind of rule of thumb pricing. And there's a explanation of that that's down in the spreadsheet, right? If you look there, talks about your rule of thumb for the garage, $70, $108 for the first and second floor.
And just to go back on what we were talking about before, I don't expose itemized pricing just the way I do it to clients, because that gives them an opportunity to go bid it out with whoever they may want to bid it out, and then it comes back to a negotiation thing with me, as in like, hey, don't do this because I got somebody else to do it for a little bit less. But as you take scope of works off projects, well, the other scope of work pricing goes up.
Right. I mean, all this, whenever you're pricing any work, do you ever factor in any overhead or profit?
Yes, sir.
I mean, they're your relationships, right, with the contractors and whatnot.
Yes.
All right. So this was sort of the rule of thumb that you got to figure out when you were doing your original pricing, correct?
Yes.
And you actually go into more detail than that, don't you, when you're trying to figure out your pricing? When you have it, you base it on a certain number of square feet that you know is going to, of course, these prices may have changed for today, but you're doing it back at those times. So for example, just explain to the court kind of what we're looking at here.
So for a slab, it goes per square footage. And right here you have 1,300 square feet. There you get the allowance on it and the total number. Same thing with the driveway. The driveway actually, can you go up a little bit?
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm still charging that allowance for driveway, even though concrete cost has gone up. And then we have framing per square feet, material labor, electrical, still pretty standard.
So the bottom line is this is sort of a recap of how you come up with your pricing to get an idea. And then it also includes a profit number for you.
Yep.
Correct. And so is this actually how you sort of arrived at your estimate that was included in that Microsoft Word document? All right. It's a detailed breakdown. Then now you were at the time that the contract ended, whether you breached it or whether you were thrown off of it or whatever, there was a certain amount of work that you had committed to do, correct?
Yes.
Through that time. And so that work's still got to be done, whether you do it or somebody else does it, right? And so that work is detailed in this next sheet. Judge, have you still not gotten that?
No, I got them, but you've got them on the screen.
No, okay, that's cool. I think they might have wanted to print it up. We're good. This is good enough, right? Seeing them on the screen, okay. All right, sorry, Judge. So
I actually haven't gotten the email though.
what?
I haven't gotten the email.
No, I'll send you an email. I can do that. I'm sorry. I'll do that in just a minute. So this is what you go through to kind of figure out, for example, on the garage, you had how many interior doors that you were going to have to do at the time. You didn't do the interior doors, did you?
No, sir.
Okay, but you still were obligated to do the interior doors,
Yes.
correct? And so if you didn't do it, somebody was going to have to do it.
Yes.
And this is the cost of what it was gonna be, correct?
Yes,
You remember when Mr. Sayari was on the stand and I was going through these and asking if these were reasonable costs of that? This is, if you look over this list, you'll see that all the things I talked to him about are on this list, right?
yes.
Do you recall anything he said that these prices were somehow way out of whack, or, maybe they're on the less expensive side, but
Yeah,
and these prices are probably not accurate in today's numbers,
No,
right?
no.
But back at the time in 2019, 2020, they were, correct? So these are things that you would have been obligated to do under the contract, correct?
yes.
And that total amount would have been the $73,000,
To complete it, yes.
right, to complete it, but that would have been based on, what contract price would have been based on the $276,000 contract price?
276,000, the initial contract price.
I know what I'm saying, the cost to complete. It would
Yes.
have been based on the entire
Everything,
contract.
everything that was left to do, Sprinter garage, loft and initial contract.
So the 431,000, so if you actually go, so what we did in this little recap is that we looked down at, it's got a sort of a cost analysis, right?
Mhm.
So under the first contract, the 369, whatever, $287,200 that you got paid, there was $82,648 that you didn't get paid, right?
Yes,
That was that work. Under this next scenario, if it was less work, which we didn't really even talk about that one. When we go to the $431,000 scenario, we're talking about $144,000 that you didn't get paid, correct?
yes.
All right.
How much more expensive on a percentage basis would you say it would be today to complete the work that you did not complete? In other words, you don't have to go through each one and say, oh, you know what, garage would be $75 a square foot now, it was 70 back then. Just sort of generically, because I know there's been input inflation and labor inflation, would it be 10% more expensive? It's 30%, because you're doing it now and you're billing people.
Between 20 to 30%, depending on what the scope of work is. And actually, from the time that we ended up having to change our contracts, previously, when I had a contract in place, I didn't really have to put in there that if there's price hikes, that would reflect to changes in the price, because prior to COVID and all that, it'd only be maybe 2%. So it was no need, unless the homeowner changed, the scope of work, it was no need to put that on there. Most clients are reasonable with a small percentage. This happened and COVID happened, and it even went more than normal on that. So things have changed a little bit since then.
Good. Okay. All right. I think I'm done with, is there anything that I've missed that you wanted to talk about? I don't think so. Pretty thorough.
Yeah, yes. we're good.
Okay. So, all right, I'll go ahead and tender the witness to Mr.
All right. Mr. Haydari, questions?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Are we still building homes today?
Currently, I'm not.
Have you stopped after, or let me ask you this, why did you stop?
Building homes, I haven't found or been looking for lots to build any homes. I'm still in construction. I'm still purchasing properties, renovating and doing rentals. And
Would you have described this project as building a home, or would you have described this project, the one with Mr. Chada, as a renovation?
mix.
Mix?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing projects of this scale right now?
I'm not doing any additions right now, more complete home rentals.
Which means not adding parts to it, but basically cleaning out the inside and redoing. Okay.
Now, are you aware that you need, just for like home renovations, a general contractor's license to do that?
Yes,
But you're still doing it without a license?
I'm doing it through my cousin's license with him. So I get my license approved.
This was the process you described where he gets all the permits, and so your bid is gonna be a little higher than someone who had his own license, but that's the way you cover that licensing issue.
And myself, yes.
Who is responsible for those architectural drawings?
That was between Darius and Surrey. I put them in touch to do the drawings and the design. They worked together initially several times to get the initial drawings, and then after that again, they worked together to get the drawings.
Do you take any responsibility in terms of the defects and mistakes in the architectural drawings?
No.
Was any of that within the scope of the services you're supposed to be providing?
Say that one more time.
Was any of that supposed to be your responsibility?
The architectural
Yes.
aspect of it, no.
So Darius was not a subcontractor of yours. He had an independent business relationship with Mr. Chada. If he got paid, he got paid. That's his deal with Mr. Chada and not you.
Yes, and Chada was not forced to use them. Darius is not under my company.
I wasn't saying anyone was forced, but in contrast with your roofer or your electrician, where in theory, Mr. Chada ought not to be giving them any money at all. You have hired them and brought them in, and they are effectively your employees. Yeah. Darius and Mr. Chada had their own, whatever business relationship they had. It wasn't that you were frustrated that he was talking to Darius because he's your.
No, I made the introduction.
Okay, you just introduced him and
I
then,
made the introduction, to do the designing and.
Okay.
and whatnot.
I just pulled up the contract, which has previously been admitted. And this is P72.
okay,
And earlier we were testifying that you went through and you actually typed every single line. This isn't just some template. But at the very top of P72, the very first thing you state you're going to do is provide architectural designs and plans. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And so you'd agree that was at least under the contract, under your scope of.
Initially, yes.
Okay. Are you aware whether Darius is licensed?
I think he works with licensed architects. He's a designer himself, which both parties knew.
I'm going to clarify that. I'm not saying whether he
I
worked
don't
with.
know if he's licensed himself or not.
Would it surprise you to know that Darius is not a licensed architect?
It wouldn't matter for me.
It wouldn't matter for you whether or not the person that you made the introduction to is or is not licensed?
Not as long as they work together and the client is pleased with the plans that he received and it was approved by city.
Are you aware that architects, unlike, let's just say, a general contractor who may be able to work with someone else who has a license, architects are, so long as they engage in architectural design or essentially the plans that were provided to Surrey, they are required to be individually licensed. Are you aware of that? And so, but it would not concern you that the architect, and I use that in quotes, that performed these services was not in fact licensed?
I mean, in hindsight, would it concern me if I knew now?
Okay.
It would alert me, but again, I wasn't involved in the daily changes or design aspect of it. And it doesn't change the way I would build the property to get it past every step of the way in inspections.
And just as we described, very top of our agreement, the very first thing you say you're going to do is be responsible for the architectural design and plans, starting on architectural plans. And once again, you don't care if the architect, in quotes you're using, is not an architect.
Do I care?
Yes or no?
I do care, yes.
Okay. We talked about the Sprinter garage, quite a bit. And you mentioned that the reason it didn't fit is because the sizes of the planks increased. Was that your testimony earlier?
No, that was just part of the reasons the size is smaller than initially on the plans. But as Mr. Oldham stated, it wouldn't matter anyways. It was not going to fit without encroaching into the side setback, or if the whole structure was moved forward, which would make it even harder with a narrow driveway to have a radius to turn in and other issues with that.
What diligence did you perform to make sure that the Sprinter van would fit?
The Sprinter van was not on site ever while I was framing it. I went by the drawings that were provided, that were approved by Surrey and were approved by the county.
So you just went by the drawings, thinking that the Sprinter van may or may not fit?
It's a large garage. It is a large garage, so.
My question
If
is,
I'm-
Don't interrupt them.
If I'm the homeowner and it's a concern for me, I'm making sure I'm there with a tape measure, measuring it during the slab work, marking it, making sure when they frame it, I measure it again. Again, the Sprinter van was never brought up to me until recently.
so it's your testimony that the homeowner is the one who's supposed to be going out there with a tape measure and measuring things and making sure that the Sprinter van
He's the
fits
permit
inside it?
holder and he's acting as a general GC. He's also talking to every single sub on a daily basis, dealing and willing with them on a daily basis. So if all those issues are a big deal, then yes, this should also be a big deal.
So just to clarify, and I just want a yes or no, it's your testimony that it was Surrey's obligation to go and measure the garage to ensure that it would fit his Sprinter van and to basically ensure that during the framing and construction, the Sprinter van would fit.
I just went by the plans that we had and the measurements that we had.
So is that a yes or no?
So he doesn't have to answer yes or no. He answers your question and you'll keep asking me. You will be suitably frustrated if he doesn't say yes or no, but he's answered how he answered.
As long as the audience gets my point, which I'm sure the audience does, then I will move on, Your Honor.
Okay.
Earlier, when we were talking about, or excuse me, in the interest of brevity, I'm not going to pull up the video we previously showed during the last day of hearing, but if necessary, I can pull it up for you. We were at the framing phase of the garage, and you recall walking around, showing the framing, and basically referring to that garage as the custom garage for Mr. Surrey's Sprinter van. You recall saying that? And were you aware that Surrey in fact told you the exact measurements of the Sprinter van as well?
Yes, on this text message I'm looking at right now.
And so not only did you know that this garage was supposed to fit a Sprinter van, but he also provided you the measurements. Would you agree that's correct?
Sure. Does this reflect the plans as well?
That's a question for you, Mr. Ghouchani, as you are the contractor. Do you know if this reflects the plans or not?
I went by the plan, so I do remember a text message about the opening of the garage doors.
But to ask the question again, do you know whether or not, per the plans, the actual Sprinter van would fit in the garage?
I went per the plans. Again, the plans changed every single day. The layout changed every single day. So.
And let's talk about.
Don't interrupt him.
Sorry,
Keep
Your
going.
Honor.
But he's made it pretty clear he went by the plans. Whether that was the right thing to do or not, I guess you can argue about later, but he went by the plans.
And the plans, they had to be modified because they had deficiencies. Would you agree with that?
They had.
They had problems.
The initial plans?
Yes.
Which kind of problems?
Having stairs go below grade.
Yes, that section, yes, sir.
And so that sort of started changes that had to be made, and that impacted other portions.
No, it didn't have changes that had to be made. The steel beam in the garage did not have to be made. The changes to the bathroom on the second floor did not have to be made. The staircase changes did not have to be made. That would just mean the elevation point of the plans would have to get adjusted to be on surface instead of below ground.
The deviation of the plan impacted where the utility closet had to be. Yes or no?
The changes that Surrey wanted to the plans to be done, yes, impacted where the HVAC closet would have to be eventually.
And just to clarify, because the plans were modified so that the stairs would not go underground, utility closet had to be moved somewhere else.
No, because we ended up putting the stairs going above the stairs that go in the basement regardless. I believe initially when we spoke, the HVAC room was supposed to be in the upstairs, but that bathroom got expanded.
Let's actually pull up the plans because under the plans, P13. Could you zoom in a little bit? Do you recognize these plans?
Yeah, but I don't know if this is the initial set of plans that was priced or if this was the modification.
Do you see where the utility closet is on this initial set of plans? Can you locate it?
Yes.
And where is it on this set of plans? Is it in the, the garage or is it elsewhere?
Garage.
And where in the garage is it?
So your, screen doesn't say anything. If you tap the screen once, just tap it anywhere. Then there should be over in the corner, lower left-hand corner, something that looks like a pencil, a circle with a pencil in it. Tap that. Now your finger is, so now you can circle and show us, whoa, where the utility closet is. You can erase with the arrow that looks like it's going counterclockwise.
Can I zoom into this? No.
All you can do is draw on it. If you need it zoomed or moved, the exhibit handler has to do that.
We just zoomed in a bit.
Remember this? So initially when we spoke about, and I'll just say it in the larger garage closet.
Can you circle it for the court?
Hold on. Okay. I can't read this. I don't remember that.
And Your Honor, if perhaps you can just point on the screen if that's easier, or I don't know if you can.
Oh, is there a bigger screen there? I mean, I
just want to show the court how it was originally designed, how it was supposed to be.
okay. I mean, right now, this image, I don't understand, not because of what he circled, but this is so zoomed in. I don't know if this is in the basement or in the bedroom or in that fancy steam shower.
Let's zoom out just a bit and we can show the court the giant TV.
Oh, so this is the driveway coming around. And so the entrance to the garage, those are two garage doors.
Precisely, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, yeah, don't mess with the big TV.
And so initially there was two functional garages with the placement of a utility closet as it was originally designed. Would you agree with that?
Is this where the funny garage door was going to be?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then one of these was supposed to, I guess it wasn't the height, it's the depth where the Sprinter van wouldn't fit in.
On the one furthest out.
The one on the right, Your Honor.
This is Brinner Van land here? Okay. And you're saying the utility closet was originally somewhere around here? Or no?
Yeah, it was here in the main garage and then got moved to the back.
Okay,
Create an opening, so there was a wall here, you can see between the smaller garage and the main garage, not the sprint garage.
oh, this,
And,
yeah,
and with Darius, they changed it to have an opening, so now if you look at it, there's actually an opening. And there's an opening here now,
okay,
so it's more open, giving more space. Again, it was walked. The changes were walked on site with Surrey. I was there as well for some of them.
Okay. And
Now it's here.
but originally it was contemplated that we would have two separate functional garages. Would you agree with that?
I mean, no, I don't agree with that because the back one was always going to be something for storage, but a garage door more for motorcycles and whatnot. You could not get a driveway to go to the back. So to have a functioning garage, you gotta have the driveway to go to the back, and you don't have a driveway. Also, this was moved back to give the front garage more room.
Let's jump to page 3 for a second. A few minutes ago, you testified that you were not sure whether or not the plan page 3. Whether or not the plans contemplated having the driveway go to the street. And I just want to show you this and see if this perhaps either refreshes your recollection or even.
Yeah, but not my scope of plan. So on the site plan, you have to put where the existing driveway is.
But you would agree that under the plans, which again falls under the first thing you put in your contract, there's a driveway that goes from the garage to the street.
Yeah, if you look at it, it says existing, if you look on the very bottom, existing concrete driveway.
And that goes to the new addition, correct?
That would connect to the new slab that would be poured for the driveway to the addition,
Correct.
where it states new driveway.
You showed a few different contracts during, Mr. Oldham's questioning of you, the D19, D22. Were those ever shown to Surrey?
I don't know if the contracts were shown to Surrey, but we definitely have communications and agreements from them because those are items that he wanted completed, and those are costs that I gave him that he approved.
But let me just clarify. To your knowledge, you're not aware whether or not you ever showed him those documents.
Formal contract, I'm not sure.
And by formal contract, I'm referring to those exhibits you just put in front of the judge and the.
Yeah, he did receive those, at which point I don't remember, but those are, again, work that he approved.
I'm not talking about the work he approved.
So I don't know when it was sent to him. I don't remember.
I just want to know whether or not you provided those, I guess you could characterize them as estimates prior to the litigation. Did you ever give those to Surrey?
I don't remember, but we had verbal text message approvals and commitments from him, or else why would I frame him? Why would he go with Darius and redo the plans if they were not approved?
Understood, but just, and just to clarify, you don't remember if he ever gave D19, D22 or the other exhibit to?
He got the quote. In what format, I do not remember. He approved it. He also was the one who initiated this scope of work being added onto the project.
And so based on what you just said, it also wouldn't surprise you that despite the fact that the original contract was provided over email and we have that email, there are no emails either from your production or from Surrey's production that evince any of those, I guess, other estimates that you discussed earlier today.
We communicated on text message on daily on everything, even change orders, additions and everything.
And taking it a step further, it wouldn't surprise you that those exhibits that you discussed today, D19, D22, those other estimates were never exchanged over text message either.
They were.
Those contracts or his estimates were exchanged over text message?
The Sprinter garage, which is on the initial contract, the loft was also on text messages with Surrey. Yes, sir.
The discussion of the loft, but I'm talking about the actual document.
I don't know if the document formatted like this was sent to him.
That's all I'm asking about, the
The
document.
price and the scope of work was. I don't remember that part.
Didn't mean to interrupt, but I'm just talking about the actual documents you were showing in court today.
Sure, I don't remember.
Something else that struck me as odd, if we could pull up, yeah, E19.
Yeah, it's
I'm just pulling up the part I want to focus on D19, which is that estimate that you may or may not have, or I guess you said you don't recall ever sharing with Surrey, but you said you discussed. The date of this estimate is supposedly March 19th, 2020. You'd agree with that, right?
Sure.
And I want to pull up the original contract, which was RP.
Is this one for the Sprinter garage? Which one is this for?
Yes, this is for.
Okay. So the Sprinter garage was, we spoke about it early on. That was even in the initial contract on the bottom where the notes are at.
So this is a different estimate with a different date, but supposedly this is also on 3/19/2020. Would you agree with that?
Mhm. Sure.
And you'd agree that this one also has the price of a Sprinter van, but it doesn't have other miscellaneous costs that were in the other estimate.
Yep.
And taking it a step further, one thing that you mentioned during your testimony is you said that we agreed on the work, but not on the price. Is that for various modifications and things of
We
that
agreed
nature?
to what?
On the work, but not on the price?
What work?
Apparently in D19, D22, and D24, those other estimates,
We agreed on the work, but not the price?
that's what you stated.
No, we agreed on the work and the price of the loft and the Sprinter. On that last estimate, we agreed to the work, but not the price once that estimate was sent to him.
So you never agreed to the price. And you said,
No, the whole time he told me he would take care of me.
and you said, sorry, just bad habit.
Okay.
It's actually not okay, but he's working on it.
I'm working on it, Judge. And were you aware that a number of your subcontractors placed liens on Surrey's property?
A few of them, yes.
And were you aware that Surrey paid you with the explicit understanding that you would pay those subs?
Finally, when I kept telling him that they're not gonna take the liens off until I get paid to pay them, they were for guys who worked on the job that didn't get paid. And Surrey was expecting me to pay them, and I kept telling him that you owe me X amount of money, I'm this far in debt. Pay and I'll pay them. So at one point, I think even with the siding guys, if I recall, he sent me 15,000 and I paid them.
And so if Surrey's testimony was that they never removed a lien until he paid them directly after he paid you to pay them, you're going to dispute that?
If I look at it, yes, absolutely. Again, it's for work that was completed that should have been paid for per this draw schedule.
Is Surrey the first time that someone complained that they paid you, but you didn't finish the job?
In this magnitude, yes.
Not in this magnitude, but let's just say any magnitude within the course of
I don't
your service.
remember.
Do you recall someone named Brandon Marshalls?
Absolutely.
Did he have the same issue where he paid you and you didn't complete the work?
No,
That was never his issue?
no,
Do you remember someone by the name of Mark Woods?
no,
Do you recall having an issue with Mr. Woods who paid you but said you never completed the work?
no. I don't recall that.
What about a Melissa Davis? Are you aware of a Melissa Davis?
Maybe. Can you give me the property address?
I don't know the property address.
I don't remember that.
Are you aware that Ms. Davis stated that she paid you for some work and you just basically
No.
stopped? You're not aware of that?
Were these ever cases that were brought to my attention?
I'm asking you. I mean, did she ever raise
I've
it?
never had, this is the first time I've ever had any kind of lawsuits being in business over 25 years.
Just since you mentioned this is the first time you ever had an issue, I'm gonna show you was not marked the pre-existing exhibit,
But there's a certified copy of a complaint by Melissa Davis against
A complaint, not a lawsuit, right?
a lawsuit against your company stating that she paid over $229,000 and you never finished your work and you did it incorrectly. And if you go through those exhibits, you'll see that there's a number of the same complaints that my client had. Flooding, failure to show up on a job, incorrect designs. You see that?
I'm not looking thoroughly through it. I'm glancing by it.
But does this refresh your memory that you were actually sued for?
No,
It doesn't?
I do remember her, I think it's her partner, I forgot her partner is who I dealt with more. Address in Marietta. So Larry, do you want me to address this or no?
You can, yeah.
Yeah, they wanted, they had a back garage they wanted finished out. And they wanted to move somebody in the back garage, and in the middle of drywalling and finishing out, the city came and stopped them for not pulling the permit for it.
But her complaint isn't about delays or permits. It's about not doing what you're supposed to do, not finishing your job, flooding, negligent designs.
At that point, they were supposed to go get their permits and everything in order for the work. But the work that I did in her initial house, her partner's initial house, was completed.
We've heard a lot of testimony about a lot of defects and mistakes over what's sort of happened with this project. You also heard Solar talking about various issues with the home. Do you take responsibility for any of those problems?
So the responsibility that I take for, which I tried to address, and I did address some of them, was some of the leaks that Solar even said is common when you're doing an addition, especially with weather. Again, it was tarped. We tried to prevent it, but it's hard to prevent water issues.
So that's the only thing you take responsibility for?
Yes,
No responsibility for the designs, no responsibility for moving the stairs, no responsibility for.
no,
the
some
utility
of the
closet?
stuff that
Okay,
was.
so hold on, you gotta let him finish his question, although
Yeah, go
if
ahead.
you list 700 things, it may be hard for him to keep track of all 700.
Let me just go through. Do you take any responsibility for the sprinkler van not fitting?
I do not.
Do you take any responsibility for the steam shower not functioning properly?
Absolutely not. And because the steam shower was never in my estimate. Secondly, he worked on the side with my plumber, which I have a problem with. And if it's such shoddy work, why call my plumber a year later to come finish the work if you don't like my crew? Why hire my roofer to come do work for you? Why hire my siding guys behind my back to do your shed or your front house without my knowledge, even after several attempts of respectfully asking you to please contacting my guys?
Do you take any responsibility for the stairs not being equidistant?
No.
Do you take any responsibility for the cracks in the foundation?
No, because I haven't seen any pictures, measurements, or anything.
Do you take any responsibility for any of the drainage or water management in the property?
Absolutely not. I didn't do the work.
I don't have any further questions.
All right, Mr. Oldham, any redirect?
No, Judge.
All right, Mr. Ghouchani, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
You just finished writing some stuff down here. All right, Mr. Oldham, do you have anything else you want to present?
No more evidence, Judge. We're good.
Okay, so the defense has rested. Mr. Haydari, you mentioned you might have some rebuttal.
Yes, Your Honor.
Looks like your client is telling you you have rebuttal.
I have just a few points from the plaintiff, and I don't think we're gonna end up calling this Davis anymore. I think we made our point on that.
Okay, we'll call who you're gonna call.
Hey, Your Honor, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna text Ms. Davis to let her know she's not.
Okay,
Or if I can call her just for one moment.
whatever you need to do.
You swear firm testimony that brings this code to the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do. Thank you.
Please spell your first and last name.
Surinder Kuldeep Chada Jimenez, Surinder Chadhajimenez.
Mr. Shad, I'm just gonna focus on a few things. I'm not gonna go into too many details this time around. Was it your intent to be the general contractor of this project?
No, absolutely not. My intent was to outsource that, so that way I could focus on my legal practice.
You heard Mr. Ghouchani talking about the architect, Darius. Was it your understanding when he introduced you that he was in fact a licensed architect?
Yes, he was, he said he was with a firm. He said he works with him. He says he's a friend, and I didn't have any reason to question anybody that he was sending my way. And it was a matter to work with him, not that I was hiring him independently, because there's absolutely no type of contract or agreement or anything between me and Mr. Darius. I was just communicating with him to express to him our desires of the aesthetic that we wanted.
And so is it your understanding that Mr. Ghouchani was ultimately overseeing, responsible, and basically handling all this?
Well, this is why I hired him. I didn't go and hire a project manager. I wanted to hire a contractor that was going to handle everything and get things together and knew how to get things done, because I don't know. I know how to hire people. I just don't know how their work is supposed to be done.
And I'm not going to put it back on the screen, but you'd agree that one of the first things that was in that contract was he's going to be responsible for the architectural and floor plans and drawings and all that stuff.
That's correct.
Much has been discussed about the change of plans. And I know we discussed that during your initial testimony, but I just think it might be useful to refresh the court as far as why plans were changed and basically how that went about. Could you just briefly summarize why those initial plans were changed?
Of course, I guess.
When you say plans, are you referring to the designs from Darius or the plans of, I have a vision for this and now I have a different vision?
That's a great clarification, Your Honor. And I'm actually referring to, there were various plans that were submitted for the site plans that were submitted to the municipality for building this. And at some point, you discovered that there was going to be a problem, and just quickly go through what that problem was and the implications.
It might be easier to pull up P13. Go to, for example, page 45 on P13. Those were the initial plans that were initially given to the city and approved after significant back and forth between Darius, me, and Mr. Ghouchani. These plans, if you look at page 45, you can zoom out a little bit, please. In this particular plans, again, I'm not a builder, but you can see in the, I wish I could flip the screen. In this quadrant, Your Honor, this right here is what I noticed, that the stairs, this right here are the stairs, and this will be exiting to the driveway, to the outside of the house. So you would come in, open the door, and go up the stairs to the next level. But the problem is that he has the stairs, thank you. He has the stairs at the same level as the garage door. So this is the entrance to the existing garage. That's impossible, because if you do that, I would have to drop 3 feet, gone over that. So by not being able to follow these plans, these stairs need to be canceled. By canceling these stairs, the second story needs to be relayed out. By laying out the second story again, we need to relay the third story. So they talk a lot about changes. Yes, I wanted to be able to walk up the steps to go to the next level, and those are the changes. Now, if we go,
What is In-Town Management Group LLC?
I believe that is Darius's company. That's just what he gave me.
Okay.
And if you pull up P6.
So it doesn't say Ghouchani Homes on the plans, it says In-Town Management.
That's correct, yeah, yes.
Okay.
That was the company that he asked me to work with.
Okay.
On P13, I'm sorry, on P6, page 13. After we encounter all these issues, Mr. Ghouchani's response was, it's okay, we'll fix it in framing, we'll fix it in framing. After everything got fixed in framing, many times by myself, because he wasn't showing up.
Fixed as in you're taking a saw and a hammer, or you're working with the framers to say, no, you need to move it here or there.
Exactly, saying the stairs do not work here, the stairs need to be relocated. And if he had shown up to the site, he would have been there to understand the issue, because he didn't even understand because he wasn't there. But we still checked with him, I said, we need the stairs moved here. And said, okay, I'll tell him to move it. I didn't tell the framer put it there. I told Frankie to tell the framer to put it there. So ultimately, this was not the only change. There's multiple changes because again, once this domino effect of being underground had to be shifted, everything had to be shifted. So we had to resubmit plans because it is not true that he passed every inspection. The inspection was actually failed because the building was not looking like the plans that were approved. So what we ended up having to do is submit new plans to reflect the changes that needed to be done for this to be a functional build. Not the build I hired for, but a functional that I can at least walk into. So everything in the new, this is the updated plans that are submitted and approved by the city. Everything with a red bubble is changes. So as you can see here, now it's accurate. It's at grade level. The basement is below. So this is where the cars are going to come in. And so the stairs that were here are no longer there because they had to be moved. They had to be moved somewhere else, which moved everything else. So that was the initial domino. Now, if we go on this one to page 5, please. As you remember from the prior one that Mr. Ghouchani was, couldn't figure out how to read his own plans, but where he finally stumbled into saying where the utility closet was, ultimately, that utility closet, which was going to be somewhere around here, because right here, just to give you some context, this is the driveway, this is garage number 1, this is Sprinter garage, and this, I know there's been a lot of talk, this is for my motorcycles and my riding mower. So a mower is a vehicle that needs a garage and a ramp and a door. So that's why I wanted that little garage, not for a car, but for riding a big John Deere and my 4 motorcycles. So as you can see right here from the plans that, yes, were modified to shift things because it had to be shifted. And I understood that. You can see that the utility closet was moved to here, which is a minimal intrusion into the garage. I could live with that. That's not what ended up happening. What ended up happening was that he actually created a Frankenstein utility closet taking up, that's not even up to scale, more like this, taking up half my garage and making it completely useless. So now what I have there is my dog's kennels and my refrigerator, because I'm gonna do with it what I can, but that's not what I hired him for. That is one example. Now, if we look at page 23 of, let's go back to P13, please, and page 23. Another issue that I like to bring up is that Mr. Ghouchani on direct testified that if we can zoom into the top left quadrant.
I'm gonna have you start asking questions again soon, because this is a good speech, but it's just a speech right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
But I'll let him finish this point on this particular slide that as he questions himself, but it'll be your turn to reinitiate questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the point on this one is Mr. Ghouchani testified that I am the one that asked for 2x6s to be changed after the plans had already been approved. And that is why it affected the garage and everything else. If you can see very clearly there, all the external walls from the first plans that were submitted to the city and approved were 2x6, 2x6. The interior walls are 2x4, 2x6. This is 2x4 is an interior wall, 2x6. Another one I keep, 2x6. All of this were from the initial. Why? Because I believe that a thicker wall has more room for more insulation. I want to do foam insulation, thicker insulation, just like a jetty cooler. The more insulation you get, the better, more efficient home you have. And that was my intent from the beginning. And there was not a change that it was done after the plans were submitted. It was initially from the beginning, from the plans that were given to me by his designer, whether he put somebody else's name. He didn't say Ghouchani Homes because he was a designer, just like the invoices and the work that were done by B&R Plumbing. Didn't say Ghouchani Homes Plumbing, but it was the people he uses and the people he instructed me to work with.
Okay.
Speaking of instructing people to work with, he just testified he had no issue with you speaking with the architect and going back and forth. Would you agree? He basically introduced you and said, speak with them.
Yeah, I tried to get them all to come to my house and sit at the table. And he said, no, let's just Darius do his work and then he'll send it to you. And then you have 3 chances to make changes. But we never all, at no point did we ever all sit in a room and say, hey, this is the kind of stuff I like. This is stuff I don't like. But he said, it's okay because you'll be able to make changes. For example, the windows. And I have plenty of text messages. I can get into it, but I'll just tell you what it is. I wanted windows, bay windows for the kids to sit down and read by the window. That was the first text, WhatsApp text to Darius, because Darius is also from Iran, and he prefers to use WhatsApp. So I sent them pictures of similar windows. What he ended up doing on the first plans, he just literally created a box outside the window, which would block the sun, and it made no sense. And I said, that's not what I asked for. I said boxes to sit at. And that was counted as a change because I would tell him what I want. He would give me what he wants. And then when I said, that's not what I said, that's a change. So all of those changes were corrections to Mr. Darius' incompetence.
We also heard some testimony where Mr. Ghouchani is saying that he basically said, hey, stop talking to my subs. Don't use my subs. That, don't deal with them directly. Is that your recollection of how things went down?
Not at all. I completely agree with him. He said he was doing this as a friend and he was giving me a lot of breaks. He was giving me a friends and family discount because it's about relationships. He knows I know a lot of people. I guess he thinks I know a lot of people that are high income. So hopefully he does a great job. And that was my goal. My goal was to share my beautiful home with everybody I knew. So that when you want a driveway, when you want an addition, when you want anything, you know what, call Ghouchani. And that's why I was so proud. Like, look, I got Ghouchani custom homes. I didn't hire Ghouchani builder grade homes. I hired Ghouchani custom homes. But at many points he would say, for example, the driveway, absolutely correct. He said the driveway needed to be, he was only responsible for the additional driveway, the existing driveway, which was beat up and old from the 60s. I said, well, what about that? He said, don't worry about it. When the concrete guys are here pouring, it's going to be a lot easier because they'll already be on site. They'll have the machinery on site. And then you can talk to them and say, well, how much more to do this? Example number 1. I have a list of all the people that he told me, you work directly with them and pay them because I'm going to give it to you at cost. So just work with them. The I-beam, absolutely. I paid Mr. Majid directly for the I-beam. I cut him a check. Now, in retrospect, I know because Mr. Majid, who's also Iranian, doesn't like to work with Frankie. He likes to work directly with people because he knows Frankie won't pay. So I paid him directly. Then I said, the spiral staircase, Majid can do it for you. Pay him directly. The garage doors, he sent me a friend of his, says, buy him from him. He's going to give you the cost he gives me. So buy him from him. The fireplace. Okay, this is the fireplace people you're going to work with. They work with me. Pay them directly. The metal roof. I have budgeted this much for metal. Get my roofer to do the metal and you pay the difference.
So if all of the subs were working directly with you and you were paying them, why was it a surprise to you if you didn't pay them and they put liens on your house?
No, those were for the special things that I wanted different. Like I wanted the I-beam, so I needed to work with him different. I wanted to add a fireplace. So he said, okay, work with this fireplace company. I didn't, anything that I wanted that was different, he said, just work with them directly because I'm going to give it to you at cost. I'm not making any money off of this. I am your friend. I'm giving you the friend access to it. And I would have multiple times. For example, here's the text, and these are things from rebuttal, where pay him directly. I wanted bigger, more sturdy cross beams. So instead of 2x10s, I wanted 2x12s because we're going to put a big, heavy tub and there's going to be too much weight. Okay, the extra is $500. Pay him directly, which I did. The next text, for example, we have, there's the ones about speakers. I wanted to have speakers, in-wall speakers. He said, I'll just get you the guy that does my speakers. And there's a text where he says that. On multiple times, he would tell me, just work with them directly. And I did. Towards the end, when the relationship started to sour, that's when he told me, stop working with my people. And at that point, I was stuck with those people. Those people were the ones that borrowed licenses because they're not licensed either. So borrowed licenses, gave me those licenses to submit for my permits. I had to submit those affidavits, which in retrospect, they're probably fraudulent affidavits now. And I had to get them to finish the work because they were the ones that were on paper. I still had to get this house done. Otherwise, it would have been like half of downtown is half built and abandoned. And that is not what my goal was. My goal was to move in and have my children have their own bedrooms.
And we just went through one text message. Is this the audio one we were referring to a second ago?
Again, I say, I want this. Okay, I'll send you another. It never, at no point does it say, hey, I want to have speakers. Okay, Ghouchani Homes will provide this and I will add a change order. No, it says, do you want me to introduce you to my home audio guy? If you want to do any kind of surround speakers in the ceiling of the master bedroom or the loft, he can also run the cable you need to run above the fireplace in the master if you want to install a TV. Why would I need to be introduced to anybody unless I am actually going to work directly with them? Same with the roof. When I said, so let's take, for example, the roof. Your quote has the cost a 30-year roof included. If I was to go with a metal one, can I pay the metal one out of pocket and then you make a reduction for the build for not building a roof? Or would I be buying the metal roof on my own and your quote stays the same? He responds, we make the correction on the difference. So the difference is you pay for it. You just pay the difference of the two. I just paid the difference to the roofer that he introduced me to. I know plenty of roofers that I have helped with cases. I have a very busy practice. I have touched many lives and people are willing to help me. They always say, I do this type of work. And I didn't reach out to them because I was working through Ghouchani Homes, which I thought was a licensed, registered contractor and insured.
I'm going to ask you one final question. And I know there's a whole bunch of stuff we can talk about, but I think we've made our point. But what I just want to rest on is Mr. Ghouchani was saying that he thinks it was your responsibility to get out there, measure your Sprinter van, make sure you're taking the tape measure and measuring the garage as framing is going up, making sure it fits and all that good stuff. Do you have anything to say to that?
How is that much of it? I caught the biggest mistake, which was it being built underground. And I just caught it because it looked weird. I don't know how to read plans. I gave him the dimensions and I just trusted it. If I say I need something built for this, any type of commercial building, you say, if Tesla is building a plant and say they're going to have machinery in there, you wouldn't build something that's smaller than the machinery you're gonna do that. I tell you what I need it for and you build it to specs. For example, there's other times that I actually had to make changes. There's been a lot of talk about the driveway, that there's no drainage. And if you go to the rebuttal, there's a small video. The plans that he had designed, that his guy designed, Mr. Darius, and the work that he had been doing and talking about, at no point did they ever speak about drainage for the driveway. I don't know anything about drainage. But when Mr. Vega was here, if you can pull up the video, when Mr. Vega was there and we were looking at it, I said, hey, there's a lot of water that's going to be coming down. How do we deal with that? And we added a drain that was never intended. The video should be on the rebuttal folder.
I have it.
If you can play it. Yeah, share it. So yes, there is drainage and it is sloped perfectly. When it rains, it goes right into it. And I have a pump and the pump pumps it out and it gets rid of all the water. But again,
I guess not all the water because things flood.
So again, the problem is that it comes down to if there had been a proper, if you can play the video, does it?
On my internet system, that explains it. So.
I can try.
If there had been professionals, licensed professionals, trained professionals that would have looked at the addition, adding an addition to a 1960s ranch home built above a valley, they would have said, absolutely not. You cannot build an addition back there, sir. I'm sorry. Take your money and buy another property, do something else, because it just makes no sense. That's what I'm stuck with. And I just don't know how else to fix it. But I definitely want the court to see that there is a very robust drain. It's just the little curve has nothing to do with it. What matters is that the plans were done by an unlicensed architect that I was told to work with, and I was charged to work with him. It was the first line item. Now they're saying, no, that's not. And there was some testimony, that I am not licensed, but I've done this work. Doing the same thing the wrong way for 20-some years doesn't make you an expert. There's plenty of people that keep working and doing a terrible job. And that's why we have licensure. That's why I can't let somebody else borrow my law license and say, here, go ahead.
Is this the drain you're referring to?
Yes.
What exhibit number is this?
This one's not an exhibit. This is just a video we added today.
Can you send that to me?
Sure.
That is a pump in there that pumps all the water out. All the water they can handle. But again, this property is not adequate for an addition, which now I'm stuck with, and I'm stuck with an extremely large garage that doesn't fit my car.
And that was my final question, but I'll ask you one last question, which is, if you had known that Mr. Ghouchani was not licensed, would you ever have hired him?
Absolutely not. If I know a doctor is not licensed, I'm not going to go to him. If I known that you're not a licensed attorney, I would not have paid you all the money I paid you. You need to work with people that know what they're doing. And just like Miss Davis and her complaint, same mess. And it's frustrating because what do you do? I guess in other countries, there's ways to handle this, but here, that's why we're here.
That's why we're here. Thank you for handling it this way.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Oldham, do you have any questions for Mr. Chad?
Very briefly, yeah. Mr. Chad, if you want to find out if an attorney is licensed, where do you go to find that out?
You go to the bar website.
GeorgiaBar.org?
I'm sorry?
GeorgiaBar.org?
I think so. I don't know. I don't have memorized, but I have it on my tabs.
You don't remember Georgia, GABAR.org?
No, I just said I don't
Okay.
remember, but I have it saved on the tabs.
All right, so then you go put a person's name in and you find out anything you want to know about that person, right?
That's correct. I haven't put your name in it, but I wouldn't be surprised if I don't find you.
No, you'd find me. I can tell you I'll be there. All right, so my question is, when you're dealing with, you know that there's professional licensing and that is governed by the state of Georgia, Georgia Secretary of State, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so do you know that you can go to the Georgia Secretary of State's website and find out anything you want to about whether somebody's licensed or not licensed?
No, sir, I didn't know. What I do know is you can check for the business, and I checked. Ghouchani Homes is registered as a registered LLC with Mr. Farrokh Ghouchani as the principal of it.
Yeah,
but I don't know where to go. I do not know where to go to verify whether or not they're licensed.
Did you ever, this was a concern for you, obviously, I presume, or did it just become a concern after the fact?
It became a real issue once I realized he didn't know what he was doing.
Okay, but you do understand that there's professional licensing. You assumed he was a professionally licensed builder, and had you wanted to check, all you had to do was put his name or his company's name into the website on the Georgia Secretary of State's website, and you could have found that out very easily, correct?
No, not very easily, because I just told you I didn't know that was an option. So no, sir.
Well, it doesn't mean it wasn't easy. It means you didn't know or didn't try, but it doesn't mean it's not easy.
And I guess your friend of 15 years, did you bother to ask him about it? He does only business type law, and he's obviously very accomplished. So did you ever consider asking him to tell you, to find out if a guy was licensed or not?
I didn't engage with Mr. Hidari about this until after I decided to pursue litigation.
Okay. All right. You said that were there actually any, I know we talked about Darius was not licensed, and so that was an issue. Is there some kind of, are there any structural issues or any kind of other issues other than the ones that you've presented to the court and that your expert witness talked about? Is there any other evidence that there's some problem with the plans at your home? Are you living there? You living in the addition?
So which question? Yes, I am living in the addition.
Okay. Are you, and I'm sorry, it was a multi-part question. That's my bad. Let me put it like this. You live in the house, right?
Correct.
Okay. It was completed. When did you guys move into the house?
I think earlier last year.
Like when?
I don't remember. I'm going to say in the spring of last year.
Okay. Were you living in the house at the time that it flooded?
I've been living in the house since 1999.
Okay. So you lived in the house since 99. When did you move into the addition?
I just told you sometime in the spring of last year.
Okay. So it was before that flood where the basement got flooded, right, in August of 23?
That's correct. We were already in the addition.
Okay. And how's y'all's health? Everybody doing okay? You got any mold issues or any other health concerns as a result of the hazardous conditions you're living in?
I mentioned it, actually, my second oldest daughter, her name is Nila Machada. She she runs cross country, ran cross country with no problem, her first 2 years. Now she makes use of an inhaler, and now that you bring that up, maybe I should check into it, because she didn't used to use an inhaler before, and now she needs an inhaler just to go to practice.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, actually. But you don't have any idea whether that's related to mold or other problems that you got in your house?
No, I don't have any idea yet, but I'll look into it now.
Well, why would you just look into it now? I mean, if you're concerned, you had an expert witness in here that told you, at least in February of this year, well, before we started the first day of these hearings, that you needed to get a mold remediation expert out there, because he didn't do that. And he was very concerned enough to where he was going to tear out the entire part, had to take out all the sheetrock, redo the kitchen, the bathroom, and everything else. And he was concerned about mold. So what have you done with respect to mold since February of this year?
What we have done with respect to the mold since February is that me, my wife, and my children bleached the heck out of everywhere we could touch. We have not ripped out the drywall. We have not replaced the drywall. And the reason we are not, I think you're getting confused. We live in the home overall, but now we move to the addition. I am glad that the addition is not what I paid for, but it's okay for me to reside in, because otherwise my daughters used to sleep in that basement, but we've been deprived from the use of that basement since December of 2020, whenever that was, because we had to get out of there because of all the water intrusion. Now we are on the addition side, but we're not there I don't use my gym, and don't use my movie room. I don't use my additional bedroom that I have down there, because we have not had the money to fix it. We will fix it as soon as this case gets resolved and we have the funds to address it. But that is the problem. So no, I've been deprived of 50% of my existing home, but the good thing is that now we're in the addition.
Okay, well, have you actually had anybody in your basement, for example, have you opened the drywall? Has anybody cut the drywall from the baseboard up, maybe about 3 or 4 inches, to see what's going on behind there?
When you cut the drywall, it's full of foam. All my entire house is insulated with foam. So that
you're talking about in your basement?
I have everything. My home needs to be as good as it can be. That was done before he even got there, before he even started. Anything I change, and I'm gonna make it of a better quality, not builder grade, but at a much better quality for efficiencies. So no, we haven't cut, because the moment we start cutting, we need to finish. We don't just start cutting. It needs to be remediated, and it will get remediated, but we haven't had the funds to do it. I think $70,000 is one quote. Anybody who's gonna want at least $5,000 just to remove this stuff. I still need to get a dumpster, need to throw it out, and then I need to replace it. So until I'm ready to do it right, I haven't had a chance to do it, and I wanna do it. I wanna do it as soon as possible, please.
Have you ever heard of a drywall saw? Do you do any home improvement work?
I do a lot of home improvements. I got drywall saw, I got tons of tools. I have everything that can be done. The basement was actually finished by my wife, who's right there, and me. We did it. We drilled those 2x4s, because there's 2x4s in the basement. We created the framing. We hung the drywall. We didn't mud it because that's hard. We got somebody to come mud it. One of my clients to mud it. That's why it's a finished basement that got rained on because of your client.
Okay, well, but you're concerned about mold and all this remediation and that. You're telling the court, you'd actually have the court and everybody else in here to believe that you haven't even cut into the drywall to find out if there's a mold issue. And now you think maybe your daughter is afflicted with this mold, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Videri?
Thank you.
All right, I believe.
Judge, I would make this request. I mean, yeah, we're going to do closing arguments, obviously.
Well, we're going to talk about that.
I was going to say, I was just going to talk about that because it's how disjointed all this has been about maybe being able to do something to bring all this together.
So I don't know about disjointed,
Well,
but
just over the 3.
it has sprawled into a whole bunch of days. Evidence is closed. That's what I was gonna say. So don't need any more testimony. Mr. Sayari doesn't need to come back again unless he wants to spectate. Can't charge anyone for that. So I want to talk about how you all want to summarize things. I've taken notes. There's some summary exhibits, et cetera. I don't want to preclude you all from summarizing things. One approach would be in a few minutes you do that. Another would be that we reconvene, but agree each side has X minutes so that we know, hey, I only need an hour of your time or 2 times whatever the amount of time you need. And a third would be you write something down and send it in. And I'm open to any of those. I probably prefer we hear oral argument on another day or you write something down than that we do it today. But I could stick it out for a little bit longer if we needed to. Mr. Haydari, what is your preference as to how we do that?
I think writing it out might be beneficial. That would be my preference.
Okay. And Mr. Oldham?
I would be good with a combination of writing it out and just, and basically being able to have a summation, which we could either do down here in person or by Zoom, but there is a lot of information that's been provided. There's a lot of testimony to go through. I think it would be helpful to the court. And I know the court has obviously been very attentive and has taken notes and whatnot, but it's always nice to be able to go through and point out things that we think were important. And so I'd like a combination of the two because I think it'd be easier. And I think with the way even the exhibits are, you can tie them in. Everybody's got copies of the exhibits. I do believe that we agreed that all these, nobody objected to any of the exhibits. So they're all fair game. And it would be nice to be able to do a combination of those two things. If that pleases the court, I think it'd be helpful.
Okay.
I would note one thing, Your Honor, as we were going through, we did tender a whole bunch of exhibits. And so to the extent that Mr. Oldham is suggesting that he wants to be able to pull other exhibits that have not been tendered in, I would object to that.
Okay, I understood him to say that everything that has been presented, relied upon, was admitted. It was hard to keep track of all the plaintiff's exhibits. They were numerous. And I don't know that every one of them was tendered. And so those that weren't tendered, I guess they're not in. I mean, everyone could agree, actually. Mr. Oldham could say, I looked at all the plaintiff's exhibits. They may not have tendered them all, but they can all be considered part of the record. I didn't hear him say that, but.
I will say that, John.
Okay.
I'm totally fine. And that was really what we were talking about to begin with when we started this whole thing. Because it's like, I mean, there's no secret here about what the exhibits are.
Right. In fact, they overlap some.
They do.
Okay.
And so it would be much easier. I would like to just tender all of them, everything that, we had that day we were supposed to produce them.
Right.
We produced them. And so as far as I'm concerned, there's never been any objection to any exhibit that we've had in. And so I'm fine with, I mean, if he doesn't want to allow all mine in, that's fine. We can go into the ones that I went into. To the extent that I failed to tender them, I understand that they're in, that they're at least tendered.
Sure. If you publish something, I'm assuming I'm treating it as tendered.
And I'm totally fine with all the exhibits that he's
Okay.
got, no matter what. So if he wants to reciprocate, that's great. If he doesn't, then I'll just make sure I only go into what I've tendered.
Your Honor, just to be clear, I'm okay with everything you referenced. I just don't want to get in a situation where we're now having to respond to things that we never discussed in trial and pulling up new text messages,
Okay.
I'm not sure what's in that, universe. And so that's what I wanted to.
So we'll just rely on things that were actually discussed in court. So they were published, tendered, some combination thereof. But if I'm making it up, but if P99, no one ever talked about P99, don't rely on P99. If as you're preparing your summation, one or both sides realize, boy, P99, I really want to talk about that. Talk amongst yourselves, and it maybe you both agree. That's just a second copy of the video of the water coming in through the rose-colored wall, and that's fine. You guys can use that. I don't want to have to get in the middle of that unless absolutely necessary. So let's talk about a page limit and a time limit so that we use your time and mine effectively. Are you thinking, I like the notion of a little bit of conversation because then I can ask questions, but it probably helped me if you all wrote something, and it could be a letter brief. It doesn't need to be anything super fancy, but here's the state of affairs. Liability has already been found. So it's a question of what are the damages. We think they're X, we think they're Y. I can digest that before we get together. You would argue from it, but I'd be in a position to also have my questions ready rather than hearing you say something and, oh, okay, wait, what exhibit is that? So that would be my preference. How many pages do you need to set out what you want to set out?
I honestly don't think it's gonna take that long in terms of what I put in sort of the argument, but if I use something like this, Your Honor, which is sort of a table, which is what I'm anticipating on doing.
That doesn't count as your pages. That would be in your argument, Judge. The numbers are all in Exhibit X. And so when I'm thinking of pages, it's not including attachments. You don't need to attach anything because it's better already be in evidence. If you're attaching something to your summation that we haven't seen before.
This stuff.
But I got it. So that one's okay. I've seen it. So let's just say less than 10 pages, unless you think that's going to be hard.
I think it would be hard. I mean, this is what I would prefer to do, Judge. You know, I mean, I may tend to go overboard, but I'd like to be thorough. I know we have a number of things. Your typical appellate brief is 30 pages. I don't know that I would use that, but I would like to be able to at least know that I've got that kind of limit. And then what my intention would be is to actually hyperlink to the documents, you know, to the evidence, so that when you're in it, you're talking about it, you can just click on it and say, oh yeah, that's what this was. That'll make it a lot easier.
That's sophisticated if you can pull that off. That's great.
Pull it off. So
Okay.
That's just what I would plan on doing.
The Oldham Law Firm. Very good.
There you go.
So you have up to 30 pages. That should be your groove if that's an appellate brief. If I were Mr. Oldham, I would have said, no, let's throw them off. Let's make it 17 pages. I don't know how to deal with that. But that is the upper limit. I'm fine if you take 10 pages. How much time do you want to put something together?
I would ask that nothing be due until next month, Your Honor. I just have oral arguments with the Supreme Court, and I got a trial as well.
Oh, nice. You might come to that, man. Learn something. Judge, in a perfect world, I mean, I've got, you know, some trial type stuff going. I mean, perfect world, I'd like to have till sometime next month or even early October. I mean, you know, at this point, to me, this is just more about making sure that we get everything in front of the court, and then we have an opportunity to refresh the court's recollection about things.
Right.
So, that gives us plenty of time, and we don't have to ask for more.
So how about September 16th? That's a month and a half. It's a Monday, so you get one final weekend before that for briefs. And I'm going to give us an hour for our get together. You're welcome to appear in person. You can do it virtually. I'll be right here physically, just because I like to sit in court rather than be back there when we're conducting court business. If it were a scheduling teleconference, I could be back there. And I'll look with Ms. Niles and we'll figure out the date for that, we'll call it closing arguments. But it would be after September 16th. So I have the benefit of your hyperlinks and whatever else you're going to put together. All right?
And Judge, that would be 30 minutes each, basically, right? An hour for us.
Right.
To be together. Okay.
Right. All right, Mr. Haydari, anything else?
I appreciate your time, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Judge, thank you a lot for your patience through this process. Look forward to wrapping it up here in the next month and a half or so.
Sounds good. All right, everyone. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, Jerry.